Hello and good afternoon from wherever you may be. We are in Harare at Harare Sports Club for the second T20 International between Zimbabwe and Ireland. Yeah, a few clouds hung around yesterday and we had a game that was affected by rain. But let's revisit where it all started in Bulawayo. The only test match, Ireland won that by 63 runs. We went into the ODIs where Zimbabwe won the ODI series 2-1. And then yesterday, the first T20 International reduced to 9 overs, but then rain had its say and no result. But we're into the second T20 International today and the weather looks good. Yeah, a few fans came in yesterday in anticipation and more have come out. It is a Sunday and they'll be in full anticipation for this second T20. Tell you what, when a game is reduced very quickly, you need to have a very good day with the ball in hand, and Ireland were good. And just a lack of pace coming out the wicket. This was Bennett looking to play a big shot. Young bowled superbly. These are 2 wickets in the very first over he bowled. You can just see the tackiness and the lack of timing that the Zimbabwean batters had to contend with. Ryan Bill came out and he was ferocious. Harry Tector, good with the hands. That was number 54 in terms of T20 International catches. And that was number 55. I mentioned Ryan Bill. He was fiery. He was emphatic with some of his stroke play yesterday, and he came out and really put the sword to Gareth Delaney. 2 over deep mid-wicket. 1 into the keg, or what is now the Centurion. And a little bit of fortune on that occasion, but he added the impetus and the smart play that Zimbabwe needed at a very key time. Yeah, it is a second T20 International. Yesterday the surface was a little bit tacky. There was a lot of weather around, and it's all about decisions. Toss with Tino Mawoyo.
Yeah, we're on time today, and the hope is that we'll manage to get a full fixture in. The no result yesterday means that whoever wins the match today cannot lose the series. I'm pretty sure that's what these 2 captains will be looking to achieve today. Time for the toss. Secunda Raza here for Zimbabwe, Paul Sterling for Ireland, and Sir Ritchie Richardson, the former West Indian great, the match referee. Secunda, you got the coin?
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a tail, Secunda. What are you going to do? Perfect start to the day.
Yeah, so we're going to have a ball first. Normally the wicket is pretty good, but yesterday I found that it was a bit tacky because of all the moisture, and it was still raining this morning as well. So we want to make sure that we put them under pressure earlier on. Yeah,
interesting you say that, because it's the same surface as yesterday. So do you not think that it's a little bit drier and maybe good to bat on first up?
But we had a lot of rain. Normally if we play on the similar track, I wouldn't have mind batting first, but because there was a lot of rain yesterday and then there was a lot of rain this morning as well. So keeping that in mind, is when I looked at the wicket as well, there's still a bit of moisture. I think this wicket will tend to get better, but at the start it will be tricky. So I want to make sure we give our bowlers the best chance to put them under pressure.
Bit of a stumble at the top of the innings, but how impressed were you with Ryan Bill coming back into the team with that cameo?
Certainly, Ryan has been in good form as well, and for a senior guy as well, there's a lot that rests on the senior guys, as you know, culturally as well. So to see Ryan coming back in form and striking as well as he did yesterday, certainly a good sign for Zimbabwe as well, and not just for him as well. I thought the little cameo from Tony and Musakiwe was equally important, and to finish on 77 in 9 overs, I thought that was a defendable total.
Can we expect any changes today?
We're playing the same team.
Okay, all the best with the same team.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Stella, you're going to have to bat first, but it looks like slightly better conditions than yesterday. Happy with that?
Yeah, it looks like it hasn't sweated as much, but still I probably would have fielded as well and had first use of the new balls and see if it just acted like it did yesterday. But you're right, hopefully the toss isn't as important as it may look.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get a majority of the game in today, but you spoke yesterday and said you didn't know how to play 9-over cricket. Not many people do. But how impressed were you with the way that the seamers went yesterday, Craig Young in particular, at second over?
Yeah, I thought we started really well, to be honest, all 3 of the seamers actually. Yeah, we didn't get the result, but actually what we got out of the 9 overs was quite a lot. I thought we could take a lot, even though the result wasn't there in the end.
Few new faces that came into the T20 squad yesterday from the ODIs. What's the team looking like today?
Yeah, it's the same team. We're going on change and see if we could sort of elongate what we did yesterday.
Okay, all right. All the best with that.
Thanks very much.
Right, that's the news from the middle at Harare Sports Club. Secunda Raza of Zimbabwe has won the toss. He's going to bowl first.
No hesitation. I think both captains would have wanted to have a bowl, but there's Ireland's side unchanged. from that first T20 international just about 24 hours ago. So no reason to make any undue changes to that 11. Craig Young was superb with the ball. And for Zimbabwe, unchanged as well, because that game was also reduced to 9 overs, so that 11 wasn't quite tested. Perhaps from a batting perspective, you'll be thinking to yourself, they wanted a better start. On this occasion, they'll be chasing rather than setting. As I mentioned, the conditions. They'll play their part. Both captains thought it was a little bit tacky, but let's get the thoughts of Victor Mpinsang at the pitch report.
Well, the good news here today is that, well, there's still a little bit of cloud cover, but the sun is out, so which means that I'm hoping that we will start on time. Time to have a look at these conditions now. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 has won the toss and he elected to bowl first. And I can understand why he wants to bowl first. There's a lot of grass covering on the surface, but I'm actually going to focus a lot more on these cracks. I just think that because of the moisture that he spoke about on the surface, the ball might just do a little bit in that first couple of overs, especially with a new ball. We saw some swing with it, but I just think it will just be good for batting as the game progresses. But as a bowling side, Paul Stirling, well, if he can get over 170, find a way to get to 170 plus, generally teams that get that, they win the game here.
Yeah, it is the same surface as yesterday, so it didn't have a good run in. The moisture in the surface did play its part, so maybe just be a little bit watchful and decide on the scoring areas or the scoring patterns you want to have in a T20 game. The umpires today, Kozam Tizwa and 𝗖𝗄𝐴. The decision makers out in the middle, and then in that particular box, Percy Zara and Sir Richie Richardson, who is our match referee and has been with us since the very beginning. And who has been with us from the very beginning? Tino Mawoyo. He's just been able to creep in with us. I just been reminded by my producer, and I'm sorry, sir. You actually haven't been with us the whole time, and I'm actually quite hurt by that. I'd actually forgotten you had decided not to join us early enough. But we still love you, Tino. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ed. Yeah, lovely to just start the game on time, have conditions as they are, and hope that it will continue this way. It is a bit humid out there, so that won't bode very well in terms of the weather. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 very happy to bowl first today. Zimbabwe, a side that loves to know what they're chasing. T20I career for the captain, 148 matches. Look at those runs. 3,655. He does have 100 in this format. The only Irish who's got 100 in all three formats. Paul Stirling, and he'll open the batting with Lorcan Tucker, who's been in good touch all the way through this tour. At the top of the order, you would probably want to improve slightly on that strike rate of 123.
Richard Ngarava. Yeah, he starts from his favorite end, almost robotically. On the golf course end, he'll possibly have a slip in play. Fine leg to start in the circle, square leg back, and third is also back. Mind you, the power play, 1 to 6. Batters will be trying to make full use of it. But he does have a slip in play, almost a 1.5 catching slip fielder in the form of the skipper. No run! And we're underway. And the second T20 international. Right, Tino, you out there had a conversation with the two captains. It's a varying sort of build-up to the T20 World Cup. For Zimbabwe, they've got to go through qualifiers. Ireland, they've already got their spot. Your thoughts on how Zimbabwe, and particularly in this series, I know yesterday didn't quite have a good run around, to come out and sort of start ticking some boxes and gather momentum and have a squad that they're quite happy with, and a brand they're quite happy with.
Sorry.
I'll come to that as we look at 𝗃𝗃𝗃's career, 67 matches. Of the newer crop of players, he'll be one of the few with 60 plus, apart of course from the old guard.
No!
Well, he's certainly saved 4. He's absolutely crunched that, Paul Sterling. Yeah, I think Zimbabwe will be quite set in stone on who the opening bowlers will be and have been for a while. Of course, Mzarabani Ngarawa. And just moving on from the likes of your Tendai Chitara of late, you'll be looking to the Gwandus that you've seen. In the white ball series here and previously. Tinotenda Maposa is another one we're yet to see in this series, but we saw during the Pakistan T20 International Series. We've also seen young Newman Nyamuri, another left-arm seamer who's been impressive in the limited opportunities that he's had, especially in the white ball format. You would expect that it's from those names, maybe throw in a Victor Nyauchi there, where Zimbabwe will be looking for the core of their bowlers from. Crunched again, just a little bit of width. But what that tells me is that this is a good batting surface.
Is it ever? Have a look at this. Just stand and deliver. Right on the top of the bounce. Look, and Taka will be enjoying this because it'll feel so good as one comes out the middle of that bat. So that's the starting boundary here for Ireland. It's interesting you start with the bowlers, you know. For Zimbabwe and their core. Possibly we'll be looking at what's their best settled batting unit. But something we'll talk about in a short while. But this surface, you say it's a good one.
Yeah, same pitch as yesterday, so it'll be drier. The grass that was there is still present, but the tinge of green that was there yesterday, not so much. But a whole lot more of that mosaic effect on the surface. And that just shows you how much more moisture is being drawn out of the surface. Opened up at about 8 a.m. this morning after a sprinkle that stopped at about 7 o'clock. But oh, it does look a good batting surface. I don't think batting first or second will make much of a difference yet. Gone! We've seen him dismissed in a similar fashion in the series already. The ODIs, that was. It was to Mzarabani. This time, it's to Ngarawa.
Yeah, it's a genuine wicket taker, is Richard Ngarawa. Have a look at this. We'll have a look at the front foot. No issues. Bounce, and I think just straightens off the seam here and leaves him and squares him up. And it's a regulation dismissal for the wicketkeeper. Ngarawa strikes early. Skipper gone for one. 6 for 1 after 1. Striking in the first over as Zimbabwe courtesy of Richard Ngarawa. Harry Tector has now made his way out into the middle. There he is. 82 matches and lots of experience. Best of 64. You possibly say Batting at 3, that strike rate needs to get over 125. He's up there because of this.
Now just squaring up. Not a length that he favours. Paul Sterling. And just opened the face at the last moment, and that's what the ball's just taken the edge off. 62 matches for Masakadza. Best of 4 for 11. Outside edge, put him down. Oh, what an opportunity for Zimbabwe and the captain. He's just snatched at it at the last moment, Raza.
Oh, and it's reacted off the surface quickly as well. It's almost surprised him, I think. Have a look at this. This is a superb delivery. Finds the outside edge, a genuine outside edge. And you're right, maybe just snatches at it. But it goes a-begging. A life for Tucker.
Yeah, and it's gripped this one. And that's certainly because this pitch a lot drier.
All run! Pizza! Pizza!
Ooh, don't know if there was a need for that, and actually the apologies come out.
Yeah, gone the wrong end. Because the batter trying to get the run is Tucker and has been sent back. Slower through the air on that occasion.
He'll do this. Lorcan Tucker loves the sweep, and especially in front of square leg side. But he doesn't sweep on line, he sweeps on length, and that's the confidence that he's got playing the shot. There is a fielder back on the leg side, but it's a deep mid-wicket.
Oh, skates on. 𝗂𝗃𝗂, I think that is that cover. It's just off the base of the bat softly. Oh, direct hit, get the throw away. He's gone underarm on that occasion. A lot happening in this over, but mainly a superb over by Wellington Masakadza. Just the one run off it. He's had an opportunity put down. And finishes well after 2 7 for 1. Right, they've lost one. Have Ireland and lost their skipper, and Tucker's had one put down. So the bowlers for Zimbabwe have started well. Heaved away, all the way for 6. Oh, he's put it down in the stands. Who's that? Half asleep, but it goes all the way for 6. There's the man that's put it down, but Tucker will take 6.
Wow. The sound of ball hitting bat, or should I say bat hitting ball. No deep mid-wicket, doesn't matter if he was there, sailed over the boundary. That is not the length to be bowling on the surface to Tucker.
Yeah, I agree. I think also with this, what we saw yesterday, if you pitch it short, it just sits up. Nicely worked. And they'll pick up 2. That's excellent cricket here by Tucker. A lot of history at this ground. There's a cup from a very long time ago. That is the Logan Cup trophy. You've lifted that a few times, Tino. Your team has, well, as the Mountaineers, they've been very successful in the Logan Cup for many years. Had a few quiet ones out of that cup.
I'll go back to your earlier question, Ed Rainsford, about the Zimbabwean squad and how they want to build up. We saw Masakadza opening the bowling very early. There's some more trophies in the Zimbabwean cabinet from over the years. For me, Wellington Masakadza is the main spinner, and he's been very impressive in white ball cricket of late after having a lean period. So he's got his name etched there, I think. I think the luxury Zimbabwe's got in this format is that you now have a 𝗬𝗎 𝗦𝗽𝐴 who's starting to come into his own slowly, and you would hope that he continues to do that. Sikandar Raza will give you overs. Even Ryan Burl as a leg spinner, and he started to come into his own as well. So you've got a variety of four that you can pick from, with a main left arm spinner, Masakadza, who's done the job for a long time. The concern really is in the batting. I think Brian Bennett has cemented his position at the top of the order. Sikandar Raza will be in there for sure. But a few other positions in that batting lineup that are up for grabs. Now there's a few T20 matches to be played throughout this year before Zimbabwe does qualify, so there's an opportunity for players to put their hands up. Sri Lanka will visit later on in the year for 2 white ball series. There'll be 3 T20 internationals then. And then the Africa qualifier for that T20 World Cup in September, soon after. Afghanistan later on in the year will visit for another full tour, which will comprise of 3 T20s. And there's lots of cricket for players to put their hands up and cement their positions.
Single. Bowler does the backing up. 12 off the over after 3, 19 for 1. Yeah, Zimbabwe winning the toss and choosing to field, and those are the 11s that have been put out. Unchanged from yesterday. Back-to-back T20s, and then we'll have a day break, and then Tuesday, a night game. How exciting is that to finish off the tour for Ireland and Zimbabwe? In the air, but it's played so splendidly over cover. Some shot by Tector.
He's a class player, Harry Tector. Just gave himself a bit of room. He was targeting that area, and just the timing. Opening the face, getting it wide of the long-off fielder.
Even better.
This is good cricket. Toying with the bowler's mind. Now, because he gave himself room the previous delivery, Wellington Masakadza has gone straighter this time, not wanting him to have that room. And then he goes straight over his head because there's no long on. Great options.
Yeah, the beauty here is also the width that's given, and then it's punished, and he goes a lot straighter, and then punished again. Where does he go now, Masakadza? What's the pace on the ball now? Ringfield through the offside with the fielder out and long off. A lot straighter through deep mid-wicket. And so those 2 boundaries are met with 2 runs. So already 10 off the over. Making use of this power play.
Yeah, 10 off the over, Ed, halfway through. But what really stands out is he hasn't tried to force anything. He's thought about where he wants to hit the ball according to the field and manipulated it. I think that's an inside edge, but difficult for the keeper.
Possibly a little bit quicker through the air on that occasion by Masakadza. And also wide in terms of the release, working to just target that back hip and leg stump.
Perfect.
Yeah, you know, T20 cricket doesn't give us enough time to talk about everything, Tino, but I agree with you. I think the batting side of things, you'd need to really settle. I don't think just on 7 players. I think you have to have options and all of the same standing. Bit of a parry, and look for a second and they'll get it. I think it's the same thing for Ireland with this final delivery to come in the over. And that they need to build a squad. They need to build a brand of cricket that everybody in the squad, once they're inserted into the 11, become match winners and understand what they need to do. All looking to get to another World Cup. Flicked around the corner. There's no one there. Couple of bounces. It won't go to the boundary. We'll have a look at the running. Ooh, a bit laboured. Could have been a bit better. End the over. 13 off it. 15 off it. 34 for 1. Better day today in terms of the weather. Better. I hope I don't jinx it. But it looks like it's staying away. Oh, there's some big individuals. Late President of Zimbabwe, Gabriel Mugabe in the middle there, Hansi Cronje, Andy Flower, late Peter Chingoka, and Ali Bacha. Some photo that is, Tino. That's your kind of crew.
Heavies. Glorious, glorious, glorious. Again, just taking advantage of the width and the length from Muzarabani.
Yeah, into the attack and met with a boundary. It's a different end for him. It's uppish, but it's hit really well. The width on offer. Generally, he also opens the bowling alongside Ngarawa. This time they went with the left arm spinner. They'll start his spell from the golf course end. Fine leg up, third up to try and close off this power play. Beauty. Not many that are going to play that, and it's too good. I don't think many will get out to it either.
Oh, it's the angle in. It's just done too much. If he gets that length a little bit closer to the batter, then he's got the chance to get the outside edge. But the deviation, the further you pitch the ball away from the batter, means that the ball's getting further away from the outside edge. It's a brilliant delivery nonetheless.
Cut away again, but there is protection out in the deep. After losing that first wicket, they really have recovered here, Ireland. Run rate just at about 8.5. More memorabilia, more memories. Test match against England here in 1996. The national side will play a test match after a very long time in England later this year. Too good again. That's one probably look at this. I think he's also just maybe just rolled his fingers over, and that's why there's sort of grips in the surface and maybe beats the batter for the lack of pace. But barring that boundary and went square of the wicket through the offside, he's recovered well. It has Muzarabani, who had an excellent T20 out in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Vastly experienced, he knows his change-up. And he's a genuine wicket taker. That's never nice for a bowler, that. And just decide to just pull out at the last moment. Anyway, these are the bowlers used up to this point. Garava, first over, gets rid of Sterling. Masakadza just the one run in his first over, but then was punished in his second. Uppish. Bill does well. It'll just be the one. 7 off the over. 41 for 1 after 5.
Good start so far for Ireland. Taka's been good, 21 for him, and Harry Tector really put his foot down, got on top of Masakadza in his second over. A 35-run partnership. Eli, this is a good start by Ireland.
Yeah, despite losing just the 1 wicket, they've done pretty well, Ireland. 41 from 5, and they've done well. Changing bowling, Trevor Gwandu into the attack, best of 3. He's got a very shortish T20 international career, but ever growing in strides.
He picked up his personal best in ODI cricket, back-to-back in the second and the third ODI. Bowled some important spells for Zimbabwe, and this is going to be one as well. Harry Tector and Lorcan Tucker have managed to put the Zimbabwean bowlers under a bit of pressure. Oh, that is an absolute cracker from Harry Tector to greet Trevor Gwandu.
Well, welcoming into the attack as Harry Tector plays it beautifully down the ground. And straight as a ruler, you'd say. Timed it well in the placement. Nothing you can falter from that.
We saw in those ODIs had a tendency early on in his when he's beginning his spell to bowl a little too short, and I think he's trying to correct that. But on this occasion, he's gone a little too full. No! That is a much better delivery.
And Trevor Gwandu always starts tending to be a little bit more expensive. We saw him in this test and also in the ODIs, but he always brings himself back. But in this occasion, in the shorter format, you'd want to get it off right from the beginning. You don't want to give away too much.
He is a genuine wicket taker as well, isn't he? He's around 195 centimeters tall. He bangs it into the wicket sometimes, gets it to nibble around and find the outside edge.
Good running. And still a quick single there. And dive aided in him getting over.
Yeah, this is a good sharp single from Harry Tector. Skandar Raza is quite close.
sort of half and half. If he doesn't get it right, he would say it was a risky single. But however, on this occasion, he's safe.
Yeah, you ever heard the term road rash? When you dive in towards the bowler's end on these rough wickets, you can just lose a little bit of skin out there. Detector was just commenting, just taking time to make sure that all his protective gear is in the right position. There's a little bit of movement from Trevor Gwandu.
Movement is there, but 𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗃 there will feel like he missed out on an opportunity to pounce on that one with an offer. And we've seen plenty of times here, if you offer with, batters will gladly accept the invitation.
There it is. He's been looking for that. We saw him miss it earlier on. And this time he is emphatic.
Like I said, on this occasion, the invitation gladly accepted. Hit it well on the up. He knew it was going quite up in the high square of the wicket. Nobody was going to save that. That's 4 beautiful runs.
Forced to change in the field. Playing that shot. Now the field has been moved onto that backward point boundary.
It was definitely like what it bounced. It was slow out the pitch as well. Just for like.
Ireland have been scoring at a beautiful rate, just of 8.6.
Yeah.
Already 9 runs from the over. This is a good one. And the strike rate of both batters, magnificent. 157 for Harry Tector and 𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗃 147.
Yeah, and that cut away to the boundary. This brings up the 50 for Ireland. Ten from that over, 51 for 1. Hot and humid and cloudy over Harare Sports Club as 𝐼𝐞𝐿𝐴 and signals the beginning of the second power play. Ireland have done well. 51 runs in the first 6 overs of this match.
A brilliant power play they've had, only lost 1 wicket, but what's important, they have created a base in which they can launch from getting here. The scoring rate tends to slow down just for the first power play. But however, they have a good solid grounding to work with.
Very important to do that well, isn't it? Just to make sure every single time 𝗧 hits a good length, you're finding a single from it. Cricket civilizes people and creates good gentlemen. One beside me here, like 𝗚𝗏𝗃𝗃. Want ours to be a nation of gentlemen.
The man was well spoken. And sometimes I wonder, is this a gentleman's game still? Very competitive.
Continue to find those singles. This is good play from Tector and Tucker. Really great communication between the wickets.
As you can see, that just signals the kind of power play that they've had. They're all relaxed. Everybody is smiles. Some they've got their feet up.
Gets into the pads. And it is Tony Munyonga who does the fielding.
As the first power play, when the two batters came out, Paul Sterling and 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. Sterling was dismissed quite early, quite cheaply, I would say. Some opportunities came. This one, Zimbabwe definitely will leave to rue that moment. But after that, it's been massive hitting. Some brilliant shots being played all around here. Some straight down the wicket. Brilliantly set up by Ireland here.
Crunched away. Brian Bennett's going to do some work here. He does very, very well to keep that down to just 2.
Brilliantly played again, just waited on that one. But a great piece of fielding and commitment out in the field. This is what you need from everyone to back the bowler, especially when a team is at the start that Ireland has. With this man in particular, it's 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 making his 55th consecutive T20 appearance for Ireland. Hasn't missed one since February 2022.
That's a good battle as well, isn't it? Set up. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 𝗂𝗃𝗃 has been outstanding in his last 20 T20 internationals, averaging 17. Economy under 6, 5.92. Absolutely amazing.
I just didn't wonder who'll have the last say. Zimbabwe searching for another opportunity. A third of this game because they took one, dropped one. Now they're looking for a third opportunity.
Great finish from Zarabani. 57 for 1.
Zimbabwe won the toss and they chose to bowl first. Lock attack on 28. And 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 on 26.
Partnership 51 from 36 between 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, and it's up to Sikandar Raza. Economy just under 7 to try and break this partnership. It's put Ireland in a very strong position.
Blossoming quite well here. 51 from 36, you'd say. Any team will be happy with that. But who will return to provide the vital breakthrough that Zimbabwe needs? The captain brings himself into the attack. Mystery spinner. What does he have?
That's short. It's Wesley Madevere who's on the boundary. And he teams up with Tashinga Msekiwa to keep that down to just 2 runs.
A beautiful teamwork there. Highly athletic individuals with Wesley Madevere. Pitched short and picked up well. Bato's in form. Didn't cleanly hit it. But this piece of fielding here, knowing that he's on the fall, sends it through to his partner.
Much better length this time from Raza.
Yeah, Zimbabwe will need strategies to pull this one back. Dot balls will be very welcome.
He's gone for the big one, and Wesley Madevere has taken a good catch, running in off the boundary. This is what he's brought himself into the attack for, to break this partnership. And it is 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 who has to depart.
Sikandar Raza, the man who always has the magic hand, the magic touch. Spins a weave this time, doesn't cleanly hit it. Wesley settles well, he never drops many. Delight for the Zimbabwean skipper, delight for the Zimbabwean fans. And the informed batter of 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 departs for 28 from 20. Ireland 59 for 2.
𝗃𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 who's in. 𝗃𝗂𝗃𝗃 in his 59th match has the responsibility to try and maintain that tempo, that 51-run partnership between 𝗃𝗃 and Taka had actually set up for Ireland.
Well, what a moment to come on the scene for 𝗧. It's the ability to provide that all-important breakthrough that Zimbabwe had been searching for, because Ireland's partnership of the second wicket had really been a thorn in the flesh for Zimbabwe. Have a look at this one.
It's got a bit of turn. I think he was looking to go a little straighter than that. A little bit of purchase in the wicket for 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃.
This will be important for Zimbabwe. If they can just string in a few more dot balls here with the new batter, they can slow things down to what would be ideal for them for another opportunity.
Four runs and a wicket from that 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 over. 61 for 2. Another bowling change for Zimbabwe. Zarabani's just bowled 2 for 12, outstanding. And he's been replaced by Wellington Masakadza. Had a difficult chance put down early. And then Harry 𝗃𝗃 in particular took a liking to his bowling.
Uppish a bit there. I get a feeling that Zarabani is just a bit too much distance from there. I think I would love somebody like Wesley Madevere in that particular position.
That's an opportunity. It's a difficult opportunity. Just as Eli was talking about a change of personnel in that area, Lorcan Taka plays the reverse sweep uppish. And probably would have gone over Wesley Madevere, but he's got a hand onto that one as Blessing Zarabani.
Out of all people in the Zimbabwean team, you would have expected Blessing Zarabani to have the best chance of landing that one.
This is good from the Irish running between the wickets. Great communication between Kampfer and Taka.
Alan Chabi sends this one. Nope. No, I need to check it just in case, but I think he made it.
Yeah, my first reaction was this is good running between the wickets. So Percy Sizara, the third umpire, has to make the decision here. Throw probably not close enough to the stumps.
Now, if it had been right just near the stumps, it would have been a tricky one for Ireland. But here we go. Not out.
Oh, that's a tight call. Might just have been sliding on past the leg stump.
Now, Lorcan Taka looking to play every shot in the book on this occasion, trying to paddle it away. And he just gave himself room on the leg side. Might have just missed leg stump. Might just have.
Where's your mirror? Mirror.
A lot of work. This is time. It's Tony Munyonga. They ran 2 to him earlier in this over. He's done a lot better now. Really quick off the boundary.
It's already still a good over for Ireland. 7 runs from it. So that's a decent amount of runs that they've accumulated.
It's been set up by that early boundary.
Oh. No, Tony. Yeah.
9 overs gone. 69 for 2.
TG.
Just a slight slowing in the run rate since the dismissal of 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. Was up around nearly 9 runs and over. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 gets the breakthrough, as he often does.
Now, brilliant milestone for 𝗂𝗃𝗃. Last wicket that he just took makes him the first Zimbabwean to 80 T20I wickets. That's the last wicket he took in his last over.
Oh, this is good work. This time it's 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃.
Nice outtakes.
Yeah, great anticipation. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 just following the batter here, giving himself room leg side. But a brilliant piece of fielding from 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, because that one was really came on off the middle.
And this time he's used his feet. Initially got outside the line of the off stump. Starting to try and make a play at 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃.
Yeah, it does look like Ireland are going to look to try and target 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 here. And trying to play the big shots against him. They just know how lethal he is if it gets into his rhythm.
Yeah, just outside the line of the off stump. Been a very busy over. Just 3 runs from it. And the ground staff, that's never a good sign. When you see these Harare Sports Club ground staff standing by their covers.
𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 access the offside. Square of the wicket. And just another single. This is a good over from 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃.
In the
seeing the back of the picture there of 𝘂𝐻𝐶𝗵𝗄. Just a slight drizzle. I think that's why you're seeing the ground stuff itching just with the covers there.
Union, Tony.
It's been a change in the field. Just dark clouds of just south of Harare Sports Club. Heavy rains come from that end of the ground.
A brilliant bowling from Raza. He's been changing it up now and again. He's showing his array of bowling skills there.
𝗵𝗃 and Tucker have been really busy moving around on the crease just for 5 runs in this over. 6 runs from that 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 over. 10 gone, 75 for 2.
Yeah, we're looking at projections now. You just think at the 10 over mark, the innings is in the balance. 75 for 2.
Who's your fourth one?
What will be Ireland happy with? I think around that 165 to 180 will be that figure. They'll feel they have something to bowl at and something to defend. Zimbabwe looking to probably restrict them to anything below 150. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, his 1 over's been a little bit expensive. It went for 10. He's back into the attack. On the golf course end, Tucker on 39 off 31. Oh, misfield. And it's converted into 2. Victor Mpetang.
Hello, Edward. Yeah, the bowler will be very disappointed, isn't he? He was gone for 10 in his first, but it was in the power play. But now, he's bowled one decent delivery. If the fielder takes it cleanly, there's a possibility for a run-out, but he then concedes 2 runs. So bowler under pressure. Yeah, I agree with you. It's a decent start this for Ireland. What is the numbers? 173, 174. Teams that get 174 generally win games here at Harare.
Goes across one. That is count for 505. You've got to get a move on. If you're talking about 170, you get 100 runs in the next 9 and a bit overs, which is a big ask. So someone's got to get a move on here. Someone's got to try and get that strike rate in and around that 150 plus. And just to the bottom of your screen on the right, the projections, where they're looking at and where they want to end up. Zimbabwe want to be in control at anything below 150. Finally up in the circle, induces that shot.
Yeah, the other thing is just running between the wickets. I think if there's anything in the one-day series, and also now we've seen it already, is that the running between the wickets, there's been a lack of it, especially in the middle period of the game, where there's one big side. On your screen at the moment, the left side is the bigger side, and if you can find the gap and hit some pockets, you can run well between the wickets. You can get 2s and maybe 3s, and then it just releases the pressure. Cut away straight to the fielder. They managed to come back for a single.
No ice.
Yeah, this partnership, 21 off 19, you'd expect that to be maybe 28 off 19 or 30 off 19 to add that impetus. I just feel they're just slowing up a little bit, these two, or this phase of the game. They talk about phases, talk about the power play. Outside of the power play, the next phase is 7 to 10, and then 10 to 15, 16 to 20. They're breaking it out in that sort of fashion. Allows you to gauge where you need to be. Yeah, the change up, saw him coming. It's called wide.
And generally, it's the momentum that you have outside the power play, isn't it? You sort of bat first, and then they got 51 in the first 6 overs, and then what happens in the next 4 overs? And generally, when teams get to a nice total or nice third phase, you might call it, as you mentioned, if they get a good period between 7 and 10. Maybe get about 30 or just over 30. It tries the scoop again. Good running, better running. Because if you can get some runs, some good momentum between 7 and 10, you go into the between 10 and 15, and then you can get a little bit more, and the bowlers then feel under pressure. At the moment, well, the batters are obviously feeling the pressure.
Just looking at this field and the length that's being bowled and the shots that are attempted to be played, there's the leg side, solid. A lot of real estate there to pick up 1s and 2. Just looking there where 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 is at mid-off. Now, the batters have tried on a number of occasions to hit through that area, and they bring up mid-on now. And so they attempt to go through there. Doesn't quite get the timing. End of the over. After 11, it's 84 for 2.
I like you don't have just, I don't know, they don't keep coming down. Gonna pay me up. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, just looking at the Manhattan, first wicket to fall in the very first over, and then a little bit of a partnership. Hector played beautifully. And I think looked in the same vein, Harry Tector, we've become so accustomed to. Then he left, and so it's been steady. We'll need a lot more big overs to try and get to 170. The bowlers used up to this stage. Ngarava, Takadza, Mzarabani, Gwandu. Raza now into his third. He's bowled nicely. He's also picked up that big wicket of Tector. He'll come from the city end. Come for 9 off 8. Got to make a play here. Does make a play. Excellently chased down and just sort of holds up in the surface. Outfield has taken a lot of rain.
Yeah, better intent this time by Curtis Camphor. He can be such an explosive player, especially in the middle period. And this is the reason why. Just gives himself a little bit of room. He's trying to hit over cover, but he gets too far away from the ball. Good fielding. This is cut away, but there's still the protection, just a single.
Nice, Roz.
So a beautiful shot through the offside, doesn't get at the boundary, it just holds up in the surface. They picked up 3. Heaved away, and this is where Raz excellent in T20 internationals. The change of pace and actually getting the batter to hit the hot zones or the fielders that he lays out.
Yeah, protection is on the leg side, isn't it? The boundary fielders are there, and he's giving them no pace to work with. This one is quicker. Tries to fire it in, tries to find the Yorker. So good over this so far by the captain.
Nice, Aki.
This is where Taka needs to think to himself, do I take the risk here to pick up the boundary, or I just allow Raza to get another over under his belt?
Yes. Nice.
Possibly misses out there, either side of that fielder.
Yeah, that's why it's so important, though, for Camphor to have a full go at the moment. The partnership is a decent in 31 of 27, but he needs to have a full go. He tries. 2 is the call.
Yes.
And they still manage to come back for 2. It's a good throw, but they get through comfortably. End of 12, 92 for 2.
Nice, Aki.
Partnerships. 53, it was a good one. Hector and Taka of 39, and then Camphor and Taka into their business. Oh, I don't want to see that. No. Maybe let it rain in 2 hours' time. We've had a lot of rain in the area. It is the rainy season, and the ground staff, when you see them moving, and you can just see the drops of rain on your screen wherever you are, wherever you're watching it. It's getting a little bit harder. Wellington Masakadza, his final over. This is where, as an umpire, you got to manage the game. Do you just allow the game to keep going? Or do you start saying this is too heavy, or do you just go too quickly?
Yeah, I think they're doing a good job so far. It's not too heavy, is it? It's just light at the moment. So I think it'll probably just let it go maybe for another over. If it just persists, then they'll probably get the covers back on. It's bowled well, Masakadza. Very unlucky in his first over.
Nice to bring the bigger squeeze on from the other end, Raza. So good captaincy from his perspective. But it's his final over, so we'll have to perhaps think about who takes over from Masakadza. But the idea is to just keep pressing and pressing the pressure on these 2 batters. It's straight. Timing isn't quite there on the bounce to Raza, but it won't stop the second run. Maybe just eased up a little bit the rain. Now you can just see on your screen there's not a little bit of a sheet that was starting to form with the moisture. Over the offside, they are good shots, but they're only finding fielders.
The gap is straight, isn't it? The gap is to try and hit over cover. Well, at the moment, they're just hitting it a little bit too square where the protection is at. 7, it's 6 runs so far, so not a bad over this for Zimbabwe. Straight to the fielder once again, another good over for Zimbabwe. 98 for 2.
Pretty much stayed the same, hasn't it? And that's a reflection of the innings staying the same as well. Those are the projections. We'll find out where Ireland will end up in the next 7 overs. Also, a little bit of good news. I think that rain has just eased up a fraction. And so Araza's turned to favour Gwandu. Another opportunity from the city end. Bowlers used up to this juncture, almost looking around. Who else could have a bit of a trundle? Bill, he's got his leg spin as well. Hasn't been asked into the piece up to this stage. All right there, Raza's just got a warning. The clock has run down and he has not been able to start the over. A little bit of annoyance there because he asked the bowler to make sure the field was happy with it. Well fielded. Excellent piece of fielding by the skipper.
Yeah, Gwandu will have to be very careful with the length that he bowls. Yeah, that was powerfully struck, wasn't it? And the intent was quite there because Murdoch is up in the ring. He's just given himself the room camp on that occasion. Good hand. Doesn't go through the fielder, doesn't go for the boundary, which is something that Ireland would want. Yeah, it's just the length that he needs to bowl, especially with that field set. Tucker's played well. He's on 46 at the moment.
It's a bit of a top edge. Bennett's gone. The pressure by Zimbabwe has told the set batter on his way.
Yeah, they need boundaries. They haven't been hitting any boundaries whatsoever, and they need to get a move on. And he's been there for some time. Generally plays the pull shot so well, Tucker. But it's the bigger side of the field. Yeah, good, very good. Getting more than a foot behind the line there. He strikes it, hoping that this sails over the fielder. But a nice, easy catch for Bennett. As Ireland lose another wicket. He gets his first, Gwandu. He's gone for 46. Tucker. Ireland are now 99 for 3.
Got center. Thank you. 4 balls to go. 4.
Wicket in the 14th, courtesy of Gwandu. It's rid of the set batter. Tucker on 46 or 40, and this is the batter that replaces him, Neil Rock. Timely wicket.
Yeah, it just stops the momentum, isn't it? It looked a decent enough partnership, but you probably just felt that they needed to get boundaries. And that occasion, Tucker gets one. It gets a short one where he's normally comfortable, but does not clear the boundary. Important enough for Zimbabwe, they get him out. He's the batter that's been there for some time. As they lose a wicket. That single brings the 100 for Ireland as well. Some nice little period this for Zimbabwe. The rain just getting a bit heavier now at the moment. Yeah, umpires. Just calling the covers on. Just getting a bit heavier. Good decision.
Yeah, granted that the ground has taken a lot of water in the last 24 hours. In fact, the last 3 or 4 days it's rained quite a bit in Harare. The umpires have decided to halt play and get that sheet of covers on first, and then the slightly bigger one. And that the 100 for 3 is where Ireland are at this particular stage. And so running repairs being done, covering being done, players are leaving the field. And just as we're getting into the last 5 overs, perhaps, to just see where Ireland will end up as we revisit their batting card. Tucker, who's just been removed by Gwandu, top scorer. Tector played wonderfully for his 28, found the fielder in the deep Madevere. Camphor's still out there and he's been joined by Rock.
Yeah, they lost the toss, didn't they? They were sent in by the captain, 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗏. That's Captain Sterling edging one to the keeper, and then that was so unfortunate for Mazakasa, who opened the bowling for Zimbabwe. Tucker was dropped, and then a few quality shots within the power play. It was a very good power play this by Ireland. A few quality shots as well by these two Irish batters as they got to 51 for 1 after 6 overs. And then just after the power play, some wickets fell, but you'll see most of these highlights. And then that was the wicket. Lovely catch on the boundary by Madevere. That was the second wicket of Ireland going down. And a few chances, missed ones, and then Tucker on 46 tries to clear the boundary, and a comfortable catch by Bennett on the boundary. So Ireland are now 100 for 3.
Yeah, have a look at the bowlers. I think they bowled nicely, have Zimbabwe. Maybe Ngarawa slightly expensive for his standards, but he picked up a wicket in the very first over, a wicket for Gwandu and a wicket for Raza. And so Masakaza finishes his spell with 4 overs, 0 for 29. Right, there's a bit of disappointment there for the crowd that has come in, and you can just see the rain is even getting even harder. So for now, everybody out there is going to take cover. For us upstairs and for everybody at home, we're just going to take a short break, and when we have some good news, you'll join us again. Yeah, welcome back, and we have some good news for you. The rain has gone away. As we look at the batting card, 𝗃𝗃 gets a 46. He gets the most runs in that batting card up to this point. 28 from Tector. That's all there is, with 𝗃𝗃 still out there on 20 of 16. Bowling, the successful bowlers, Ngarawa, Gwandu, and Raza. As I mentioned, that rain is gone. It was a passing shower. And the good news, we have not lost any overs. 𝗿𝗃𝗃 unbeaten on 20. And Gwandu will still be in his over. 3 deliveries to go in this over. He's already picked up a wicket. And he's into his third.
Let's play.
And so excellent work by the curator and the ground staff to clean up. Whenever moisture was out there, get the covers off, and we have play again. That is issues with his run-up. Take you back to the test match, Trevor Gwandu, but he seems to have worked through it. They've stuck with him. I do believe there's a lot of potential in this young man. And starts well straight after the break in weather.
Talk about timing, isn't it? I mean, the rain just went down a little bit harder. He picks up the wicket of a guy that was in, 𝗃𝗃 for 46, and 3 more deliveries. He probably feels on the other side, 𝗃𝗃, he feels that he needs to get on with it. He's faced 17 deliveries, hasn't hit a boundary yet, so it hasn't been that easy for him to clear boundaries, to hit 4s or 6s. So he's searching, he's looking, maybe to just start this phase better. Slower delivery. 2 is the call. They should get it quite comfortably. Yeah, a bit of a fumble by Bennett.
Yeah, maybe the break came at a right time for Ireland in some respects. Maybe have a conversation, think about better plans of how to score on this surface and get those requisite runs. And yes, for Zimbabwe, they're going to carry on from where they left off. They've controlled the game really well, especially that run rate, which is really gone more than about 8.5 right now, sitting at 7.37. Nicely bowled. Takes pace off it. End of the over, 102 for 3. Yeah, look at those projections. They're going to have to get a move on if they want to get to 162. That's about 10 runs and over. You look at the last 4 overs in the history of T20 internationals, the average is about 35 to 40. Ireland's average is 32, and their best has been 64 against New Zealand in Belfast. Zimbabwe hold the record, 102 in the last 4 overs. That was against Gambia. 2024. Edge. I thought I heard something there. No. No one goes up. But you look at those last 4 overs. Ireland averaged 32. The best is India at 43 in the last 4 overs. Zimbabwe hold the record of 102, and that's against Gambia. But you think at the context of this game, and the record at this ground, or the average at this ground, is 38 in the last 4. And you looked at those projections. Got to go a bit.
I think with a new batter at the crease as well, though, what Zimbabwe will do, and what Mpumzani is doing really well, is just bowling his natural length. And the batter's just struggling, trying to give himself the extra bit of room. He needs to try and get some bat on ball, get Curtis Campher back onto strike. He's the guy that's in. And the partnership just needs to go quicker, you know. It doesn't look like it's firing. And at this stage, The batter that comes in needs to be really busy. Busy by running between the wickets, trying to find inventive ways to getting the boundary.
Makes a good sound, but finds the fielder. If you want to break it down, Vic, yeah. This is the 15th, and they'll go into the 16th. If they're going at this rate of just over 7, let's say they're about 110 after 16. Their average is 32, so you almost anticipate in the history of their T20 international games, they'll end up on 142 exactly.
I love how your maths has just been so good today, Edward.
It's got better with the weather reports as well. Icy bowled. Average at this ground is 155. And the average to win is 162. Beautifully bowled. Nice change up. He actually went too early, so 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗧 could just make that subtle change. Gives Raza the luxury of having mid-off and mid-on up. Can you believe it? In a T20 international, mid-off and mid-on up in the circle. Oh, he's gone and changed it. Who comes in? Third comes in. This is where you find the outside edge for 4. Heaved. That finds the fielder.
Another good over by Zimbabwe. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗧 has had a good day with the ball. Hasn't picked up a wicket though, but he's just bowled with some good control, some good pace, especially with that new ball. Got the ball to carry through to the keeper. And now in his second spell, he's already shown some skills, some good slower deliveries, some slower. The last one was a slower bouncer. Can they get 50 in the last 5 though? That's what you're asking. They need to get 50 at least.
What an over. Just 2 runs off it. After 15, 104 for 3.
The progression of the innings for Zimbabwe, very good. Those buildings getting smaller and smaller. And they'll want to maintain that as much as possible in this final quarter of the innings. One thing that's worked for them is pace off the ball. And without a doubt, their bowlers would have picked up on that and will certainly use that for themselves as well. Very good afternoon, Darlington Mtamanadzo.
Good afternoon, Tino. Really good news. Didn't really lose any time. It's a little bit of a concussion check as Curtis Kamfer, attempting this reverse sweep. Got a hit on the head. Just on the side of that visor. So we just got to go through the concussion protocols.
I don't think there'll be much to be concerned about. I think it's probably, as you say, missed the visor and hit an area maybe with that little extra padding. Important for the umpires just to make sure that the protocols are taken care of. An opportunity for the fielders to have a little quick drink and revitalize. Energies need to be really high in these last 5 overs.
Oh, we're back to play, which is good to see. At the start of this over, we started with a look at those Manhattans. And the amount of control that Zimbabwe have been able to assert in this little period. And it's been 4 bowlers who've done the work. 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗃 is one of them. For the first time, we've seen a real misfield. Fielding's been good throughout.
Yeah, Wellington Masakadze, who's just raising the hand to apologize to 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗃, but this was hit like a rocket. He certainly saved a couple of runs here. It's got to him quicker than he thought, but managed to get something behind it in the end. Low full toss. So, good start to the over again, halfway through it. A couple and one.
It's been a lack of boundaries for Ireland in this period. As a result, it's not looking like really approaching 163, the average score you need batting first to win here.
Yeah, to get to a 160, they'll need 12 and over from here, so it's a tough ask. Now, we do know how explosive this man can be, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. We've seen evidence of that in the ODI series.
Last boundary for Ireland came in the 9th over.
In the air, in the air. It's a good catch taken by Brian Bennett. The pressure was building, something had to give, and it's 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃.
This is such phenomenal cricket from Brian Bennett. He's had to move a little way to his right, left, and then it was dying on him as he got to it. Had to dive forward to take that catch, and 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 has picked up his first wicket in this innings, and that of 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. 26, 108 for 4.
$108 for 4 now, Ireland. Ball to go in the 16th over, and what a crucial wicket to get at that time. End of a good over. 4 from it and a wicket, 108 for 4. .46 and 40 from Lorcan Tucker, given an opportunity on just 5. And then Harry Tector, 28 and 20, and 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 just dismissed in the previous over for 26 and 25. And Garawa back into the attack. Expect pace off the ball here. It's worked for the Zimbabwean seamers. Bottom inside edge, and I think that's going to run away, is it? No, good work. 𝗂𝗏𝗽 at fine leg. Saves one.
𝗂𝗏𝗽's actually done really well. This 𝗂𝗏𝗽 delivery, this first 𝗂𝗏𝗽 delivery, had about 30-35 meters to get to that ball. Really athletic across the ground and does well. Couldn't pick it up cleanly. Just saves the one run. Very important extra run that Ireland have to score.
Fine leg comes into the circle, so deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and long on third, and a very square sweeper. On the offside are the boundary riders. 𝗃𝗏𝗽 hits the ball so well over the bowler's head, that one will just be one bounce.
First boundary for Ireland since the 9th over, and it had to be a good one because this is a good length from Richard Ngarawa. He's had to stand really tall, get those hands high enough to get the bat through the line of the delivery.
Yeah, it's a manufactured stroke and a good one. Only his second delivery that he's faced, but such is the importance for Ireland to get a move on. Good Yorker. The call is for two because it's gone so straight. Ryan Bill, the fielder, keeps it to one.
Yeah, Skandar Raza has created a lot of pressure. And this is a good catch from Brian Bennett. And he picks up his second of the match. Great figures. It's just 4 overs, 2 for 22 for Skandar Raza.
That's 𝗂𝗏𝗽. It will be one for the over. Last 4 overs here at Harare Sports Club and T20Is on average yield 37. You're on TV. Brian Bennett's mother. Looks for the pull shot once again. Wesley Madewere picks up. So this has been a good over. 9 from it, still a ball to go.
George Dockrell got a boundary early in this over. And that is why Ireland have gotten into a good, strong position here. They want to finish it off, but there's been a field change. Third man's brought into the circle. 2 fielders back on the straight boundaries and long off and long on. And Richard Ngarawa's change of angles coming around the wicket. George Dockrell trying to just deny him room around the off stump so he can access those straight boundaries.
Oh, beauty. Such a good stroke from Dockrell to end what's been a very good over. 17 gone. 1-2-1 for 4. Yeah, that's the skyscraper they'll be looking for in the remaining 3 overs of this innings. 14th over and 16th. Would have hurt them, those couple of wickets. But 𝗃𝗧𝗏 has just shown that he has the ability to get a move on with proper cricketing strokes at this stage of the innings. 𝗁𝗏 will finish his quota from the city end. 1 for 22 in his 3 overs. His previous over went for just 4. Lots of variations, pace off the ball. I expect no different.
It's in the air for a while. Tony Mnyonga not able to get up to that one. This is a boundary of Ngarawa's last delivery. Has had to give himself room by skipping away to the leg side and gets enough power to beat Sikandar Raza on the boundary.
Yeah, he can be very difficult to bowl to, George 𝗃𝗏𝗏. One, because of that ability to hit the ball so straight. Plays the pull shot well, gives himself room and go over the offside as well. So as a bowler, got to be on the mark. Oh, he's bowled him. Bottom edge. You can see the frustration because it was there to be hit. Gave himself the room on this occasion, but it was his undoing.
I think it's the lack of pace in this one. We're going to see Trevor 𝗁𝗏 roll his fingers over this one. There's just enough boot, big size 12s behind the line to keep this one a legitimate delivery, and it's the lack of pace that 𝗃𝗏𝗏's gone through the shot early. 9 for 5 for him, 122 for 5.
Gareth Delaney. But a lot of matches in this format, 76. And he can strike the ball quite nicely. Straight and over leg side. This is why he's there.
Good change of pace early on from Trevor 𝗁𝗏. And he just gets that bottom edge onto the stumps.
Now, guys. Oh.
He's had a good time against Ireland. Initially in the white ball series in the 50 overs. And a best of 2 for 70. Lowe brought that all the way down to a best of 2 for 40 in ODI cricket, and then he's picked up 2 important wickets today.
I think there was a bit of an edge on that, but because of the lack of pace in the delivery, the ball doesn't go through to the wicketkeeper. It's been a bit of a struggle for Rock with pace off the ball. 8 from 11. Wabald again from 𝗁𝗏.
Again, it's the pace off from 𝗁𝗏. And Rock continues to struggle. Wants the ball coming on, and 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 picks up on that early, just not giving him anything quick.
And what he probably wants to do here, Darlington, stay leg side of the ball. With the lack of pace, look to go over the offside, mid-off, extra cover. Well, he's tried it, but hasn't got enough on it. Good catch from Ryan Burl. Gwandu claims another.
Beautiful bowling from 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃. And this time it's into the wicket a little fuller. And it's been pressure for a very long time. And Ryan Burl takes a straightforward catch. Neil Rock, 8 from 13, 123 for 6.
The batters crossed ends when that ball was up in the air, so Delaney will be on strike. Well, Zimbabwe's done well in the latter part of this innings, apart from keeping the boundary count down. They've taken wickets periodically, 99 for 3, 108 for 4, 122 for 5, and now 123 for 6.
Kenneth's pace off. It's that off spinner from 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃, looking to go over the offside, just doesn't get the timing, and Ryan Burl with his very unique catching style.
No wickets for 𝗁 𝗏𝗍𝗁 today. It has been super economical. Graham Hume, the new man. 3.2 overs so far. He's got 9 dots in there. An over and a half. And just gone for 15 runs. 2024, he averaged 6.32 to the over in T20 internationals, the cheapest for any full member bowler.
Almost unbelievable economy in this innings from 𝗁 𝗏𝗁. Just a little over 4.5 runs per over. And he's not taken wickets himself. He's created the pressure. He gets his teammate wickets.
Up in the air, 𝗵𝗂𝗂 making his way to his right. 𝗵𝗂𝗂 completing a good catch.
He's made this catch look easy. There's ones when you've got a lot of time underneath it and it's swirling in the air. You've got to get yourself into a good position. 𝗁 𝗏𝗁 generally does not bowl no balls, but Tashinga 𝗵𝗂𝗂 has had a lot of time to think about this one. He steadies himself underneath and takes the catch. 𝗁 𝗏𝗁's first wicket is Gareth Delaney for 2, 125 for 7.
Craig Young. Off the mark straight away.
It's a wicket. 𝗬𝗪𝗠𝗃𝗍𝗀 bangs it hard into the wicket. 𝗬𝗪𝗠𝗃𝗍's not able to clear that boundary towards car corner. 𝗚𝗚 does well to get himself underneath and take a good catch.
Final ball of the 𝗬𝗪𝗠𝗃𝗍 spell. Shot. Good finish to the 19th over for Ireland. It's 130 now for 7.
Left arm over too.
No. 130 for 7. Boundary. Last ball of the previous over. Good option from Hume. Seen that the Zimbabwean seamers have been going pace off, back of a length. Good option over, long off. Top edge, it'll run away. Down to third for 4.
This is just the way Ireland would like to start the final over of their innings. He's given himself a little bit of room, backing away to the leg stump, finds the outside edge, and that clears Sikandar Raza at third man quite easily.
Yeah, fortune favours the brave, they say. Craig Young probably looking to go over Sikandar Raza, the captain, at mid-off. That'll be a discussion as to do we stick with the same field? What lengths are we bowling? Short third. Backward points. Full and straight, hit it to the leg side. Wow, bowled.
You could just hear a grunt from Ngarava as he sent that one down. Just a little bit more energy. Might actually be a ploy to consider. Just get back of that good length, especially with Sikandar Raza inside the circle at mid-off. Makes it a very difficult shot to get that ball towards the long-off boundary.
Three balls remain. Can they get themselves past the 140? And if so, by how much? 149 is the lowest total that Ireland have successfully defended versus full members. And that was against Afghanistan in Sharjah, February of 2024. Now that looks very straight. And Foster Mtizwa says it is. It's gone for the Yorker, Ngarava. Gets the 8th wicket for Zimbabwe.
Again, we see a little bit of extra energy from Richard Ngarava. Manages to keep that front foot behind the line. So this is a good delivery. Probably crashing into leg stump. Graham Hume has gone for 5. 135 for 8.
Josh Little. Just a couple of deliveries for him to try and get Ireland as many as possible in this innings. Good Yorker from Garawa. Just manages to squeeze that out.
Perfect Yorker from Richard Ngarava. Gets rid of Graham Hume. Just not been allowed to get any momentum in these final overs.
Will be a single to win the innings. 7 runs from the final over. And Ireland end up 137 for 8. A wonderful effort with the ball from the Zimbabweans, winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Just kept chipping away at the Irish batting lineup. Used their variations well. Took pace off the ball and fielded pretty nicely as well. And they will go away and this interval just plan how they want to come about this run chase in the second innings. But I'm pretty sure those charges, Sikandar Raza, the captain, and the change room itself will feel that 138 is very gettable.
Another 155 is the average score here. And so they're about 17 runs short of that, our Ireland. And then probably another 15 or 20 runs short of what would be a competitive total. Even Victor Pitsang's assessment of the pitch this morning.
Well, we've seen an entertaining innings in this first innings. Let's go and join 𝗂𝗍𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂
to get out of the blocks, but you did well, 46 from 48, a strike rate of 115. How did you manage to gauge that feat?
I think I managed to take advantage of the power play. Felt like it got tougher after that. Felt like they bowled nicely and kind of restricted it. So I think we'll be looking to do something pretty similar here. Try and put some pressure on, take some wickets in the power play, and then squeeze through the middle.
Right, 137 is what you were able to put up. Do you feel like you have enough firepower in your bowling attack to defend that?
Yeah, I think we do. I think we bowled superbly the other day, so we'll be looking to replicate that. I think we've seen lower scores defended here. It can often be a bit of a dogfight, so we're hoping to get into one of those.
All right, then how do you make of this surface?
Yeah, I think it's a bit too paced. I think there's plenty in it for our bowlers. I think we'll be looking to make the most of it. Our lads found it tough with the bat, so we're hoping to do the same with them.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, guys.
A nice little contribution from 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 at the top of the innings, 46 and 40. And the other contributors, 𝗃𝗃, 28 and 20, and 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝐽𝗍𝗃, 26 and 25.
Blessings Arabani. Economy of 5.25 really led the attack for Zimbabwe, but it was Trevor Gwandu, 3 for 24, and 2 apiece for Ngarava and Raza.
So Zimbabwe, to win and take a 1-0 series in the lead, will need 138 in their 120 balls. They'll be expected to go at 6.9 to the over. We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes' time with that run chase.
Welcome back to Asani Harare as we look at the batting card. 46, 28, 26 are the top scorers. And then a little bit of contribution throughout the innings, but they end up on 137 for 8. 4 extras, they were very disciplined, was Zimbabwe. Ngarava 2. Now pick of the bowlers, Trevor Gwandu with 3 for 24 and Raza 2 for 22. And that rounds out the bowling card as we have a look at the highlights. Ireland put into bat and they got off with a little bit of a bomb there through the covers, and then Ngara picks up the very first wicket of Sterling. Put down was Logan Tucker. Wellington Masakadza opened the bowling, and then Harry Tector came out and played some splendid shots. Silky smooth down the ground through the leg side, and this was the partnership that Ireland really needed to push the ascendancy. Shot of the day for me, a pure cricketing shot. Over the offside, these two right-handers were just pushing the ascendancy until that moment there. Sakanda Raza picks up Sector with a good catch by Wesley Madevere. And a little bit of innovation, maybe a chance would say some, but it evades that fielder who is Muzarabani, and then Brian Bennett takes a good catch in the deep. Logan Tucker trying to push on the game. They just couldn't find the boundaries. They kept finding the fielders. And the skipper amongst the wickets. That's went straight down the ground. It was a good hit. George Dockrell, he can hit a very long ball. But he gets a bottom edge. And Trevor Gwandu puts a stop to that. Slower delivery. They were smart today, Zimbabwe, and good throughout the innings and kept it in check. You'll see a lot of these highlights, a lot of balls in the air, and a lot of good catching by the Zimbabweans. Bowlers, they summed up the conditions, and they made good use of it, and I think 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗄𝗃 was very good in his captaincy, as we see a few runs starting to leak. But wickets nonetheless that put a lot of breaks to this batting card that is of Ireland. Right, let's have a look at the target. Zimbabwe at the halfway stage, they'll need 138 runs from 120 deliveries at just under 7 runs and over. Clowns are in the house. Fans are in their house. Good to see they've stuck around even though that the rain has come and gone. Yesterday, some left a little bit disappointed. A lot of rain that fell and no result, which makes this game even more important. You get a win here, you got a possibility on Tuesday in a night game to seal the T20 series. Ireland would have to bowl really well to restrict Zimbabwe to anything less than this 138 or bowl them out. They have the bowlers, we saw yesterday, on a surface that's just holding a little bit. Timing isn't quite there, it's not quite coming onto the bat. Josh Little, an accomplished T20 bowler in himself. Craig Young, who bowled really nicely yesterday. But here come the openers for Zimbabwe, Brian Bennett and Marumane, as I'm joined by Eli.
A lot of work for that man to try and defend. 137 is what they were able to put up. The target for Zimbabwe will be 138. Meanwhile, the two openers for Zimbabwe, they'll be hoping for better fortunes today than what they had yesterday. Both of them were not really able to get out of the blocks. Well, they'll be hoping that today will bring better fortunes. As we see some of the number of fans that have come out here, despite chances of rain, out here to enjoy some T20 cricket. One way, if you blink, you'll miss. Brian Bennett had a fantastic ODI series. He'll be hoping that that fortune can come through into the T20. Yesterday didn't make much. Best of 91 that he has from the 29 games he has. Marumane also struggled yesterday. Best of 86 from the 44 matches that he has. Strike rate 127. Can he be able to bring that into today's match in the chase of 138?
Graham Hume bowled nicely yesterday. But it was a rain-reduced game and then ended up not being a result. But it all looks like we'll get a result today. The run chase. And runs picked up.
Oh, the ideal start for Zimbabwe. They get off the block with a boundary. Straying leg side and punished. These will be very welcome runs by Zimbabwe and by Brian Bennett. Straying leg side, just tucked it away for 4.
Yeah, can't bowl that line with fine leg up in the circle. The plan is to get wickets. Fine leg, third, up in the circle, and there's a slip. Favorite area, he'll pick up 1. Over to Marumane, who perhaps in the ODIs was batting out of position, but he's back up the order in a favored format for him. If he gets going, this will be short work. But if he gets going, spoke about changes to his technique at the beginning of this summer of cricket in Bulawayo against Pakistan. He wants to stay a little bit more still, but a little bit leg side of the ball. Changing the field for him, the slip comes out. And he's off the mark.
And that'll be welcomed by a number of cheers from the crowd that has throned Harare Sports Club. Comes with a large following, Marumane, and they'll be happy to see him out of the blocks. Colourful people. And the most dominant colour you see there will be the red and gold for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, nice to see on a Sunday everybody coming out and enjoying the cricket. No! Nice line of length, yeah, by Graham Hume. That's the area that perhaps Ireland will need to focus on. Around that 6 meter, 7 meter mark, hitting the deck. Look at how he looks to smash it into the surface. Let it react and ask the batter to make a play off that line and off that length. And we've seen it's quite difficult. Got to be patient. Got to back yourself. Got to be a bit gutsy as a bowler in T20 cricket, even when you're trying to defend a small total. And the fielding has to be good. That man, 𝗁𝗃𝗍𝗃, is a live wire.
All of those components will need to be intricately woven together. Great piece of bowling. And equally met with a great piece of fielding. The throw, spot on. And Brian Bennett, well inside.
Required run rates is not going to be an issue. It's just how many dot balls Ireland can string together. How much pressure they can put on this batting lineup. More runs. Should be 2. Comfortably. First over's done and dusted. It's 8 without loss. Yeah, keep an eye on those strike rates. 142 for Bennett, 127 𝗏𝗏. That's why they're top of the pile, or top of the innings for Zimbabwe to start things off. And then Raza 137. The other batters will be looking to improve that strike rate. Young. Top edge. Who's calling? Who's taking? Ireland. Breakthrough straight away. Ben White takes the catch. I mentioned, can 𝗏𝗏 start things off? But it's that man again, Craig Young, no issues there. Hits the deck, as I said.
Tadeusz 𝗏𝗏 looking to try and flick it over, shot fine leg, but only gets a top edge. And the woos continue for the young man. Gone for 1 off 2, Zimbabwe, 8 for 1.
Like now, what's the story here?
Caps in the end. What's your reason for not doing it?
Come on, right?
Ireland, they strike in the second over. And they pick up the wicket of 𝗏𝗏 and brings Wesley Madevere to the crease. 75 matches already. Oh. Experienced, you would say. The strike rate needs to improve, but he's there because of this.
𝗏𝗏 trying to send it over, shot fine leg there, but a great catch there by Barry White. Beg your pardon, Ben White.
I was just going to say, Eli. That's a singer.
Shows you what I was listening to.
I forgive you, it's easy to get it a bit wrong sometimes. Craig Young. 4 for 13. I tell you what, I think he's in very good bowling form as Young missed out and having more opportunities in the ODIs. This is the kind of surface that will suit him. He'll bowl the quarter seam delivery. He'd look to hit the deck nice and hard. A little bit more pace. There you go. That line, that length, and that effort into the surface.
Will also just aid him is the fact that this is a high-pressure game, defending a low total, you would say. And he's bowling very, very well. Good start for Ireland here.
That's a start they would need inside the power play. Need maybe 1 or 2 inside the power play. If they're lucky, maybe 3. If they're very good, maybe 3. That'll be a 1. Have to bowl that again, so movement on offer. I think as a fast bowler, and this is where Josh Hazlewood was good for me when he came into T20 cricket, is that he bowled his best delivery with the conditions on offer. And that last ball there for me is one that tells me a little bit of pace, a little bit of bounce, but there's movement on offer. It gives Sterling the opportunity to set a really attacking field. And I still think there's space for this in T20 cricket, where a bowler can back himself. Oh yes! That's how you do it! Back yourself on a surface like this. There's space for it in T20 cricket. And how you like some of that from the skipper?
Now, brilliant delivery. That will see the back of Wesley Madevere here. Yes, possesses a lot of potential, but this one was a very, very good delivery. You still can't believe it. He looks back, shakes his head. Outdone by Craig Young here.
How good is that? Not so good. Gone for 1. 11 for 2. Quick time. Skandaraza, the skipper's in now. Impressive record. How's about this?
A brilliant delivery. Good take in the slip there by the skipper, Paul Sterling. Wesley Madevere still trying to find an answer to how he could have played that. I don't think he still figured it out.
I mentioned pick up 1, maybe 2. If you pick up 3, you're in business. Ireland have already picked up 2. Oh, some shot by the skipper. The outfield is quite heavy, so they'll pick up 3. So the damage has been done in the over. 2 wickets in this over. After 2, it's 14 for 2.
Zimbabwe's betting card there really tells you the story that Ireland have started very, very well. Not much to write about here. Zimbabwe now 10 to their captain, who's come in quite earlier than he expected. It's not the score that will be of concern, but it's just the way in which Ireland have gone about their business.
Nice length again. Nice intent by the bowler. hit the deck. Hitting on the up is not easy. You've got to give the batter that kind of delivery where you float it up there and become a little bit more greedy or move away from a plan. But if you hit this surface, it's hard to hit down the ground. What a way to silence the crowd as well. Just pick up those 2 wickets. And it's just murmurs right now. Subdued.
A lot of concerned faces out there. Some even have their caps in their mouths. They understand the gravity of the situation. Ireland have worked wonders into the Zimbabwean batting order.
Nice line and length again. 𝗂𝗃𝗃, very experienced. He'll know that when you lose 2 early wickets and he comes to the crease, that he needs to harbor the responsibility and take the game as long as possible. He'll know this from how much he's played around the world and also in his own position within the side, that a lot of responsibility as a match winner falls upon his shoulders. Can't afford to lose another one now. That. Don't want to miss that.
Raza, he played an important role and he bowled. Broke a very important partnership for Ireland between Tucker and Tector. He had 53 from 39. Now he has to do a lot of work with the bat. Carries 3 caps on his head as the captain of the team, strike bowler, and also work with the bat.
Yeah, 41 dot balls in the Ireland batting innings. So just under 7 overs in dot balls. And so you think to yourself, if you're Ireland, if you can sort of get that many dot balls in your bowling effort, and if you can do it also in a time where the field restrictions are on, so accumulate as many as possible. And it starts in an over like this where there's already 5. Playing a miss, and it'll be a maiden. Wonderfully bowled. It's 14 for 2.
Come here, youngie. Looks, I'll have a wee second with you. Slow in your beat, go up again. Like.
Yeah, give another one to Craig Young. Yeah, I think you could, based on the game, you maybe want to give Hume another one from the opposite end with his maiden. Beautiful line and length again. So they decide not to go with the slip on this occasion to Bennett.
These are the 2 wickets from Craig Young. First up, Romani, top edge, and the simplest catches there from Ben White. But this next one, a beauty of a delivery, almost squaring up Wesley Madera, and a great take by Paul Stirling. And that's the situation that we have at hand.
Gives himself room in the air. Gone! Craig Young! He picks up his 3rd. Can you believe it? It's a favourite area here for Brian Bennett. Gives himself some room. The field is set in this manner. But again, it's a delivery into the surface. Hard length. Causes the play and causes the dismissal.
Brian Bennett trying to open the face of the blade, but finds a well-placed 3rd man there. And great take. Wicket number 3 falls. Brian Bennett gone for 8 from 8. Zimbabwe 14 for 3.
He was good yesterday. 36 in quick time. Ryan Bull, but again he comes to the crease when Zimbabwe in a little bit of trouble. Good record again, but you want that strike rate a little bit higher. A lot of these international players now in the top 5, top 6, top 7 have incredibly high strike rates. But here's the wicket again, a little bit too much room, I think, and that causes him maybe to go a little bit behind square. So up and running straight away. Zimbabwe are in a little bit of trouble here, and I mentioned it a while ago. You lose 3 inside the power play. I think the stats that float around from franchise to international cricket, the probability is that the team goes on to win the game more often than not. So, difficult times ahead. Yeah, for Zimbabwe, but they can do it. They've got 2 match winners at the crease. Nice delivery, again hitting the surface.
Craig Young bowling well, still continuing on that line, probing, changing things up on each and every occasion that he gets. And this one, shortish delivery. Owser does well to get out of the way here. Well, what I feel is that the pair that's at the crease for Zimbabwe at the moment, the task at hand largely will rely on these two.
So this is where perhaps you think to yourself, I mentioned a while ago that Raza will feel the responsibility here. So this isn't a stage or a phase of the game inside the power play where you may have to put your hands up and say, okay, Ireland, that was your power play, but let's take this game as deep as possible. If I stay here, well, we have every opportunity of winning this game, along with Burl and along with the other batters to come. It's about playing it quite smart here for Zimbabwe and looking or digging deep to try and get past this difficult power play. For Ireland, they want another one. Nicely fielded, but it creates the parry and a single. Craig Young is having a good time out in the middle after 4. It's 17 for 3. Leading wicket taker. It's only been sort of 1.5 games, if you want to call it that. He's already picked up 5 wickets. 𝗵𝗺 was good today. Craig Young yesterday 2 for 15. Today he's already picked up 3 for 9. Curtis Campher. Oh, confusion! Trouble! Oh! Would that been a direct hit? What would have happened there? A little bit of pressure tallying. Oh, hang on. Oh, is he going to ask the question? No, he decides not to, the keeper. He just asked the question. Did he change his angle of getting back into the crease?
Hit it straight. Paul Sterling went for the dive, couldn't get there. But I have a collection and just that hesitation and allowed him to get back. Unfortunate there, Ryan Bell. Very, very fortunate.
Inside edge. A good delivery, but a boundary nonetheless, just to release a little bit of pressure.
Zimbabwe need runs, and it doesn't matter how they will come, they will take them. Inside edge there by Ryan Bell, just missing leg stump by just a fraction.
I was just thinking, could they maybe have given Graham Hume another one? How would Zimbabwe have played that particular over? Because maybe with just a lack of pace here and a different type of bowler, a little bit shorter, a little bit skiddier, so the length is a lot fuller. And so you think to yourself, maybe could Sterling have just gone one more over?
Yeah, good point. Ryan Bell has come out and he's playing his shots. He's really trying to push back. Ireland have been all over Zimbabwe. And he knows that there is a job at hand and he won't mind whatever's been happening.
Fielder drops back. Nicely played. Oh, this is a lovely shot. Because they push the fielder back through the leg side where he enjoys his time. Does Ryan Bell, but a subtle adjustment here. Very smart.
It's timed very well, hit it into the surface and pick the gap. And most importantly, he picks up a very, very important boundary.
Graham Hume 0 for 8 in these 2 overs. And in that there's a maiden, so 1 over goes for 8. And his last over was the maiden. They'll look for 2 here.
Wait, Bali, wait!
Decide against it, and that's excellent by the fielder in the deep because he sets off quite early. It's tantalizing. Power play still to be played. 10 off the over, 27 for 3.
Ten is the biggest over for Zimbabwe so far in this run chase, as they've lost 3 wickets, including 2 in an over. Second biggest, just over 8. Josh Little, and he's banged it into the wicket. Tkandaraza, I think, was a little early through that pull shot. Hit him on the body.
He's trying to get the boundary, isn't it? And on the leg side, it's just back of a length. He's just trying to help it on its way. Got out yesterday trying to play the similar shot. Got caught at short fine leg. He'll be sore. A little bit of a bruise. All his efforts. Yeah, it's a wonderful start this by Ireland, isn't it? At 27 for 3 at one stage. What were they? 13? 14 for 3. Good numbers. Good average. Decent enough economy rate.
Oh, he's got that one to bounce sharply. He's found the outside edge, and a little bit of good fortune for Tkandaraza.
Yeah, Darlington, I think he's played this very well. Tkandaraza, he allows the ball to come to him. He sort of tries to run. Oh no, he's got beaten. He actually got beaten. I actually thought he sort of tried to play the ball very late. but it's cramped him up. And fortunate enough for him, it races away to the boundary, beats short third, who's up in a circle.
And he's gone past the outside edge. There's something special in this wicket for Joshua Little here. We saw him struggle, didn't we, Victor, in the ODI series, the 50 overs series. No movement for him off the wicket or through the air, and today he's bowled 2 magic deliveries already.
He actually bowled really well yesterday as well, Darlington. I actually thought the spell that he bowled yesterday with the new ball, he got the ball to swing, he got the ball to bounce, he bowled with better control. Not what we've seen in the one-day game. So far, it's a decent enough start to Raza. Yeah, another good delivery, just a single on this occasion. And sometimes when you're searching for rhythm, you sort of just looking and searching, and you're forcing, you're just getting your lines and your lengths wrong, and you get put under pressure, especially in the white ball format. But in the last 2 games so far, he's bowled with better control.
This is good from Pearl and Raza. Little's bowled a couple of very good deliveries. What they've also been able to do is just find those singles that allow them to share this very difficult period. Everything about the way Josh Little is running in this little period of play suggests he knows that one more wicket here should break the Zimbabwean batting. A little bit of width and it's smashed over extra cover. Important boundary to close that over, and the power play, 37 for 3. $37 for 3 out of the power play. Such an important partnership. Just starting out, 23 from 16. Just thinking about it. He's the bowler I think you've got to target in this little period of play, post-power play. Chubby signals the end of that power play. Ireland much better through that 51 with just the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, they needed to start well, Ireland, with the ball, only having got 137 for 8 in their 20 overs. A few boundaries to start off, but then a few wickets. Important wickets. Wonderful spell by Young, picking up 3 for 9 in his 2 overs. Good catch by captain. Another good delivery, and then this one just a straight forward catch. That's a wonderful shot by Bull through the covers and for 4.
No way you'd call this a half volley. He's had to hit it on the up, but it's the width that allows him to get his hands through this one. And this is the dismissal of Brian Bennett in that power play. And Ryan Burl got a boundary early in that power play. Josh Little got some to nip around.
Yeah, you sort of look at that and you compare the two power plays. This is the first delivery that he bowls. Goes for about the second delivery that he bowls to 𝗏𝗀, and it's just a wonderful shot. Just slightly back of a length, but it's the width that allows 𝗏𝗀 to free those arms. Just quality position that he gets himself into.
Hard into the wicket from 𝗵𝗻. 𝗏𝗀 is able to control this quite comfortably. Current run rate 6.3. Required 7.2. Both explosive players are Ryan 𝗏𝗀 and Sikandar Raza. So required run rate shouldn't be difficult.
Yeah, that's why the partnership is a big one. And I think it's something you mentioned early on, that the importance of having to break this partnership because of how explosive these two players are. Free flowing, if you bowl them a bad ball, they'll put you away, they'll punish you. So you need to get one of them out. Try and break this partnership. Another good looking shot, but good fielding by the captain. Yeah, I was talking about the power play. Ireland got 51 for 1. And I think they've just lost their way. And generally what you want to do is, once you get out of the power play, it's the next couple of overs, the next few overs till the 10th over. If you can get some momentum going into that, then you can go into the middle phase. And then you can sort of rotate the strike even better.
Into the pads from Curtis 𝗵𝗻. 𝗵𝗻 for 3. Three wickets for Craig Young. Into the Zimbabwean batting in the power play. Absolute beauty to get rid of Wesley Madivere. Great catch from Paul Sterling. Now it's Raza and 𝗏𝗀. 29 from 22. Josh Little coming in from that city end. He's bowled a couple of really good deliveries. Surprised Sikandar Raza with one that bounced quite sharply. Should be called wide, and it is. Rustom Tizwa gets a little bit of exercise at that city end.
What also can work for Zimbabwe with this partnership, Arlington, is the fact that, you know, I know there's a shorty side. If you look at your screens now, where Josh Little is bowling from, the offside is the shorter side of the boundary. And when you have a left-hand and right-hand combination, at least one of them can get exposed to that side, and they can target it when their run rate just gets out of reach, just by playing good cricketing shots. But they understand the importance, though, of this partnership. We've seen him leave one outside the off stump. He's bowling with some good control, some good pace today, Josh Little.
And that's with protection out on the boundary. Tony Mnyonga next in, and then 𝗪𝗟. Talented but inexperienced batters at 6 and 7. And last real batting option is Masakadza. It's very important that 𝗏𝗀 and Raza take this as deep as they can, as close to that 20th over as possible. That's in the air. Paul Sterling can't hold on to it. Beautiful bowling again from Joshua Little. It's the change of pace. It's slower. And Ryan Bulls threw his shot a little early.
Just mistimed his jump here. You sort of have a look at him. He's trying to move, trying to time it perfectly. but unfortunately he slips as well, and an opportunity missed, a big opportunity missed by Ireland. He was destructive yesterday, Bill, and he can be if you give him another life, another opportunity. And so far they've done that, Ireland.
Just a single. Very important though, because it just allows you to keep a momentum, keep chipping away at that target of 138. Down the ground. What a shot from Ryan Burl. Not sure he's timed it well. He has timed it well enough to get a boundary.
Yeah, he's a wonderful time of a cricket ball, and that's why it was such a huge moment by letting him go. It got dropped not so long ago in the over, and just a punch, powerfully struck as well, down the ground, and this is just the momentum Zimbabwe need.
Most productive partnerships in T20 internationals for Zimbabwe. 748 runs between Sikandar Raza and Sean Williams. And Ryan Burl as Sikandar just passed that. Most productive runs scoring partnership for Zimbabwe. 8 gone, 51 for 3. .138, and it was 𝗁𝗏𝗃𝗃 at the top of the order, 46 from 40, in partnership with Harry Tector, 28 from 20, who set up that target. Zimbabwe need 87 more, 7.25 shouldn't be a challenge. Ben White in his 34th match. This is an interesting one. You mentioned earlier, Victor, that the boundary towards the right of your screens is the shorter boundary. We've seen generally sides avoid bowling spinners where a right-hander can hit towards that shorter boundary.
Yeah, I think the option though, Darlington, is the fact that he's a leg spinner, and if the right-hander is going to try and take him on, he will then have to hit across the line. It's a wonderful, powerfully struck ball, but well fielded. Good feet as well on the boundary. Managed to come back for a couple. And that's the difference, though. I just think most of the time during the middle phase of the game, batters normally try and sort of try and rotate the strike, where these guys have actually hit the sweepers. And if you go to the left or right, you always an opportunity to come back for a second.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. That's the drifter. Comes out of the hand looking like a leg spinner. Just carries on towards that's first slip region. He's given himself room. It's going to be 2 runs again. And they come back quite comfortably.
Yeah, being very proactive, isn't he? He gets beaten the previous delivery, he still just moves away, puts the bowler under pressure. And the one thing that you don't, as a batting unit, you must be aware of these leg spinners. Don't allow them to settle. And then that's when you get the bad deliveries. That's when the ones you can put away.
Should just be 1. I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. You need to make sure he's not allowed to settle. Ideally, Zimbabwe would want to close out this over with a boundary. Ben White, just 6 from his over so far. There's another single. He'd also be really happy. With.
Good, Whitey, well done.
There is a fielder on the boundary. George Dockrell does the fielding. 158 for 3. Ireland just a little ahead of Zimbabwe at this stage. 16 runs to the better and a wicket extra in hand. But it's this big partnership. 44 from 35. Big in its importance. Not in the amount of runs scored. Harry Tector's been brought in. He is a good bowler. Best of 2 for 17. Doesn't bowl often. But has an ability to just get a little bit of purchase and pick up partnership-breaking wickets.
Catch it! Oh, great hand, Jimmy, great hand!
I was in the air for a little bit, but it's in the hole. It's in that gap at extra cover.
Great hand, Jimmy.
Yeah, the line. He's just got the line wrong, hasn't he? And he's coming around the wicket. He's probably trying to bowl middle and leg stump. He's just given them too much width on that occasion. Good hand. And again, just by hitting sweepers, they managed to come back for another couple.
That should be called wide. Change of angle from Tector, and immediately he makes that error outside off stump. Dab towards short third man. Joshua Little's well positioned there. Brought an extra man into the cover. Extra cover, the captain. And he's looking for that gap. That is where Paul Stirling was inside the circle. And that straightish mid-wicket.
Yeah, the other thing is the reason why he's actually gone across is because the Tector's actually bowling the ball outside the off stump. So he probably feels that, if anything, 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗏 must then go across to try and hit it on the bigger side. So he's moved himself across, but for the left-hander, more protection on that offside. Nobody on that mid-wicket. Nobody on mid-wicket saving one. An opportunity maybe to just knock it around, maybe get a few more to go. It's a good partnership, this, for Zimbabwe.
Yeah! Oh, I think he's got him. Harry Tector's a wicket-taking partnership breaker, and he's done just that. It's Ryan Burl. A little bit of bounce.
And a little bit of turn as well. So he's sort of given himself the extra bit of room to try and hit him on the leg side. But good bowling this by Tector. He's got one to just turn and bounce away from the left-hander. He just moves away from leg stump, and he's trying to force this. But the length is not there to try and hit it to cover. And a big moment in the game, because this was a dangerous partnership. He's gone for 27, Ryan Burl. Zimbabwe are now 62 for 4.
Tony Munyonga replaces Ryan Burl. Just his 17th match, best of 44. Widely regarded as one of the most talented white ball cricketers coming in that around that 6 or 7, and he's here because of this. Ryan Burl was tempted by one flighted delivery thrown up outside the off stump. 𝗏𝗂𝗽𝗃𝗃 took a good catch. He's been in and out of the Zimbabwe setup. Played regularly up until about 2022. And he's been out on a couple of appearances in between. Not really setting the world alight, but he's back in and he's been given a good long run.
Good, guys.
Single off that last 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 delivery. 63 for 4.
One, please. Kurt. One of you over here, please.
137 for 8. Steady progression throughout the innings for that green worm. Pulled back a little bit towards the 14th to 16th overs. Zimbabwe's started off with a flurry of wickets. And now behind that green worm. Munyonga wants the single. The captain Raza doesn't.
Who's calling, boys? Who's calling?
Crucial partnership, this one between these two. 75 and 60. 7.6 required from here on.
Yo!
That's well played. Just dead batted that and allowed the ball to come in with the trajectory and just indicating to his partner that it was the other one. Low full toss. He hasn't hit it as well as he wanted to. And you do not give 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 an opportunity in the outfield, because he will produce something spectacular like that. What a catch.
I'll tell you what, when Raza saw that full toss, his eyes lit up. Wanted to punish that. Thought that he could really hit it high and away. But a good piece of fielding from 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Zimbabwe lose another one. Raza departs 22 from 27. 64 for 5 Zimbabwe.
Nice when you get a bit of luck.
𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, 13th match. A strike rate of just under 120. This is why he's there. Take a look at this catch.
It was well hit, but then that dive and that extra effort that he put in to get to a great position to hold on to it. Even with the bump that came in with the dive, he held on to it, 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, to dismiss one of the most lethal batters for Zimbabwe, Sikandar Raza.
Catch it. No.
I agree with you. The dive was fantastic, the extension of the arm so that the ball doesn't bounce out when he hits the surface. But it's how quickly he went from point A to point B along the ground to get into a position where he can even think about the dive.
Good running. And they're pushing these two. 𝗏𝗏𝗂𝗏 and 𝗧𝗏𝗂𝗏 are the new pair that is out there for Zimbabwe to try and do what fairly at the start seemed like a simple job. 138 was the target.
Kill it.
Now, 5 left, 5 back in the dugout.
Very good, Waddy, great set.
67 for 5. Now Zimbabwe were in early trouble. 14 for 3 at one stage, and then 𝗏𝗲 and 𝗏𝗀, the 48-run partnership that steadied the ship, but they've both gone in quick succession, and it means that there's a wonderful opportunity for 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗂𝗏 to show what they're made of. Gareth Delaney. We've seen a bit of purchase on the surface, and if there is some, he'll get it.
Sit well into the gap. They think of 2, but they will stay with 1. Yeah, brilliant opportunity for these two to really make a knot for themselves. They possess a lot of potential, 𝗏𝗂𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. And they have shown it on the domestic circuit, and they've shown it with the under-25s of Zimbabwe. And now this is a chance for them to do that for the senior side. And what better place to do it? They need 70 from 53.
Yeah, how they go about it is what's going to be important. Confusion. Could be trouble if the throw was better. And George Dockrell just shaking the head because he knows.
Risky. Just tucked it mid-wicket region and took off. A little bit of hesitation from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. And it was Tony 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 who was quick, probably choosing the wrong end to throw that one, but it's always safer with the men with the gloves.
That is a very, very good stroke from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Just delayed the point of contact to ensure he got it that fine into the gap.
Welcome runs from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Deft touch there, played it very well. The placement was key. The efforts will only be to retrieve it from the boundary.
Bit of extra bounce on that one. He would have been looking to force it wider of 𝗃𝗃 to his right to get 2. But the over's good. Still 2 balls to go, 8 runs from it. Just be sensible. You've got more than you require for this over.
And sensible will be the key word in what you just said, Tino. Because looking at the current run rate, 6.4, just touch under. And 6.5 required will be 7.59. Not much that they are not doing right. They're really well within the margins there.
Great yards.
9 from the 12th, 76 for 5. 7 bowlers used. Delaney, the latest of those. Craig Young in that wickets column again.
I love the call between Nyonga and Msakiwa, how they always communicate in terms of what's available, how much they can push the Irish fielders.
Yeah, I think you've seen that Ben White, being a leg spinner, at times gives you the opportunity to score. So there's really no need to look to get after him. 3 runs already, just the first couple of balls in the over, no boundary in there. Just look to push the ball around, hit the sweepers.
Oh, buddy. Yes.
They should come back for 2 here. Very good shot, good understanding between the two.
Sensible cricket, I would call it, from Nyonga and Msakiwa. Yes, they've not been able to get the big boundaries, but they've been knocking it around and pushing for 1s and 2s, because that's important in this game. Keep the scoreboard ticking, and if there's an opportunity to get 2, go for it. 3, even better. But these have done well with the 2s that they're picking up.
There it is, low full toss. And it's going to go away to the boundary. Great effort from 𝗂𝗃𝐽𝗄𝗃. Unfortunately, that one just sneaks under the right hand.
Very well struck shot from Tony Nyonga. It was a full toss. Many would have thought that it would go aerial, but that's a grass cutter. The effort to push it back by 𝗂𝗃𝐽𝗄𝗃 is all in vain.
Well, Whitey.
9 already. That 1 delivery to go. They're starting to enjoy themselves. They've gone a little bit quiet the last few overs. There'll be a single to win the 13th over. 10 from it, 86 for 5. Well, Harry Tector has been outstanding in this series so far with the catches he's taken. This was to dismiss Ryan Burl yesterday, and a moment ago to dismiss Sikandar Raza. What you won't see in that last one is how far he's run to get himself to the ball. Harry Tector, 4 catches he's taken. 3 yesterday, 1 today, and how that one of Sikandar Raza could be a match-defining moment. Joshua Little, 0 for 18 in his 2 overs. Pace off. Now, we saw the Zimbabwean bowlers do this in the second half of their innings, and they were very successful, made it difficult for the Irish batters to get a move on towards the end of the innings. Josh Little certainly learned something from that part of the innings.
And paying attention he was. There's always something about pinch hitters, and they love pace on, and he just took that off.
So what that does, that they need to look for other areas to score from, or they need to generate that momentum from somewhere. And Tony Mnyonga is well known for that, for being a big hitter. So this will be a very, very important over how he will variate the pace that he will bowl at Josh Little. And 𝗂𝗂 also can hit one many a mile.
It's important for these two to realize that there's still plenty time. Still needing only 7.85 to the over. And it's important for them to realize that the firepower gets significantly lesser once one of these two departs. So keep yourself in there for as long as possible. Pulled over the man at 45, 4 runs.
Too short from Josh Little. It allows Tashingam 𝗂𝗂 just to rock onto the back foot and smash it over short fine leg for 4. Welcome boundary, releases the pressure.
You know, you can see the disappointment. He had got the length right, it was the line that was wrong, and it just allowed him to get inside the ball. Smashed away. Open spaces on the leg side, 1 bounce 4.
Well, if you listen to the ping of that ball off the bat, it'll show you, it'll just give you an inclination of how well it was hit. And to a vacant region, save your legs, mate, don't run for that, just pick it from beyond the boundary.
Now they'll just want to take a closer look at this one. We're bouncing inside the boundary quite clearly. Need a sensible closing to the over. 9 from it. Wide. Bonus. Extras. To the enjoyment of the crowd.
Yeah, just a little push back from the Zimbabwean batters, trying to push the pressure back to the Irish bowlers here. Current run rate 6.94, required just under 6.8.
Well played. Sensible from 𝗂𝗂. 3 short of 100 now. Zimbabwe 97 for 5. Yeah, 3 skyscrapers in a row now for Zimbabwe. 11 off that previous one. And 6 overs remaining. 41 needed in that time. The partnership, 33 and 22. So these two at the moment going about this run chase as expected. I'll flash you back to a great performance by 𝗂𝗂 to secure a victory for Zimbabwe 𝗃 Sports Club against Afghanistan. So he's been in a similar situation before. Less runs needed then, but that innings would have given him an indication of how to chase down. Oh, it's gone straight up in the air. Josh Little gets under it. And he completes a very good catch. Pace off the ball. And he gets another wicket, Craig Young. Is this the turning point?
Well, Craig Young has proved to have a lot of touch and is playing a very key role in this match. The front foot is okay. Pace off, looking to heave it, lost control of it. Was airborne for quite a while. And just quite a number of times, Josh Little, but in the end completes a great catch. Sekiwa departs 15 from 11. Zimbabwe 97 for the loss of 6.
I would rather that one has anyway. I'm going to go here.
'97 for 6. Masakadza Wellington in his 63rd match.
This is how the wicket fell. Trying to play it leg side, lost control because there was no pace to work with. Great adjustment from Josh Little to complete that catch. And again, he breaks a very important partnership.
Pitching outside the line of the leg stump. Looking for his 5th wicket. Career best 4 for 9 at the moment. Craig Young. And if he can nip out another Zimbabwean batter here, he'll be the first Irish bowler to achieve 5 in a T20 international. He's been superb in this T20 series. Oh, definitely no run there.
Whether it is bat in hand, no, not. And there was no run there.
Yeah, what that wicket will do will just slow down the Zimbabwean impetus. Tony Munyonga maybe not playing with so much freedom when he gets back on strike because of the loss of that wicket. Wide ball signaled. Wellington Masakadza, who hasn't been out in the middle, trying to gauge the pace of the pitch, how best to play on it as soon as he gets out there. It won't be made easier by the Irish bowlers taking pace off the ball.
Ireland have just bowled brilliantly today, defending 137. At the start of the Zimbabwean innings, you would have thought that Zimbabwe would have a fairly easy route to try and get to 138. I'm going to tell you what, Craig Young has said a different say about things. It's done well, bowled well. They've also taken some brilliant catches, Ireland. Paul Stirling took his magnificent catch in the slips, and then Harry Tector as well.
Gets that fine. Munyonga says 2 straight away. Masakadza will come back. Throw's not good, so we'll get back. Quite comfortably. Brings up the 100 for Zimbabwe. 38 more required.
The Zimbabwean crowd will be in song because they still believe that Zimbabwe can get over the line. But it will all depend on those that are standing in the middle there, how they will fare out.
gets it through the field will get a single. End of the 15th, 101 for 6, 37 more required.
Not a lot in it. Just as Zimbabwe has lost 3 more wickets than where Ireland were. But if you're given the equation of 37 off 30 in a T20 game and a run chase, generally you'd want to take that with both hands. 𝗂𝗄𝗃 back into the attack. Wellington Masakadza to face. That's the single straight away, early on in the over. It's time for the other players to stand up and try and get Zimbabwe across the line today. And also for Ireland. And looking at their bowling options, incredible figures again from Craig Young, who has looked superior. 4 for 13 in his 3 overs. There's a time for Unyonga, who will move on to 21 of 16.
Yeah, the run rate, required run rate's not out of hand, is it? Just 7 runs to the over, and as you mentioned early on, it's in the position that they find themselves, you probably feel that they still can win this game. It's about getting a good partnership quickly. Get this partnership to go quickly. 7 of 8 is a little bit slow.
Cut away, but there'll be a field out in the deep. Maybe just wanted to just wait a fraction, get it either side of that field in the deep.
And the other thing is, it just looked like they've tried to take 𝗂𝗄𝗃 on. Came on in the power play, went for 10. And then came on for the second one, and again, the intent is quite clear from these 2 batters.
And it's been that length where it hit slightly on the shorter side. It's been quite difficult to score, but when you go fuller, not a lot on it, it can be punished. But it also depends on the state of the batter at the crease. So Unyonga will be looking at himself and saying, well, I'm in, and so will Ireland. So the field will slightly become a little bit more defensive now. But the one thing that Sterling decides to do is keep mid-off up. Nicely bowled. Yeah, I mentioned the start of the Zimbabwe innings. If Ireland can get close to the dot balls that Zimbabwe bowled, which were 41 in the Ireland innings, and it's going to be a close game. Zimbabwe are up to now 39 dot balls. This over has gone for 5. Change of pace. It'll end the over on 107 for 6. It's getting interesting, it's getting tasty. The second T20 international, 31 off 24 required. Ireland have kept themselves in the game, courtesy of Young. 4 for 13, and he still has an over to go. Just for a moment there, I think Paul Stirling was going to go with the Graham Newman, then decides against it, and he's gone with Josh Little, who's bowled 0 for 29. Is this the over that gets Zimbabwe closer to the total? Oh, is that an edge? Shake of the head.
Tries to get this over a fine leg. Very disappointed, the bowler. He thought there was something. Just options. You need to be quite clear what you're trying to do as a batting partnership. Where are the ones? Where's the boundary options? Probably just clips the helmet, actually, or the shoulder.
Bemused. Uppish for a moment, but it's also that change of pace into the surface. Ask the batter to create the pace that is lacking from the bowler to get some timing.
Yeah, where's the boundary option? Where's the boundary option for Nyonga? He's on 24, but he's not on strike at the moment. It's Wellington. Wellington, we saw in the 50 over games, in the ODIs, that he's more than capable of batting. A bit of a contribution here to try and stretch this partnership.
Not too sure about bringing fine leg up into the circle. Because of deliveries like this, that you can sort of get a bottom edge, you want him to hit down the ground. You don't want him to hit the cross-batted shots. And he sort of rotates the strike and over to the batter that's somewhat set. 2 fours and he's 24. Striking at 114. You'd think innings is set around him. Fine leg up in the circle, very square. Happy to go through the offside. They look for 2. Ooh, skates on, direct hit, gone for all money, but misses.
Yeah, I don't think that's good awareness by Masakasa there. He's just ran 1. He should be looking for 2 all the time. It's the bigger side of the field. And he needs to be looking to try and give Nyonga the strike because he's the batter that's in. Almost run out, but fortunate enough for Zimbabwe. It's not a great throw.
It was Dockrell, I think it was. Timed nicely, but straight to the fielder. So this over has gone for 5 with a delivery to go. Ooh. I know they talk about taking it deep. Taking it to the last over. Be there, put pressure on the bowling unit, or do you want to try and get as many as possible? Now, don't allow Hume or Young into the game. So 5 off the over, just 1 dot ball. 3 singles and a couple. Masakadza. Swing of the bat in the air. Oh, he's put him down. Or has he held on to it? Everybody's looking around. Umpires want to have a check at this. Blindsided for a moment because he juggles it a couple of times and then rolls over. He's claiming it.
Yeah, he's disappointed because of the option. Yeah, it was the final delivery of the over. He's probably trying to hit. He's trying to clear Madov. Madov is up in the ring. I'm just going to have another look at this one. It just looked like it was going to be comfortable at the end, but unfortunately a fumble. I think the question is, does he hang on to it?
So, the fielder is confident that he takes it. Masakadza had a full sight of this, so he thinks maybe not. Here we go, here are the visuals. Ooh, pops out. Ooh, off the boot. Oh, yes! How's about that? Oh my goodness, the luck of the Irish. Bang! Off the toe. I'll hang on to it. Thank you very much.
And that's your turning point. Yeah, where does it sway? It should be out. It's a good effort at the end. That boot works. And Zimbabwe, well, they lose another wicket. It's 112 for 7 as Wellington Mazakata is gone for 6.
.26 from 18. Josh Little picks up a wicket. His final delivery in his spell, in his over. 1 for 34 he ends up with. Brings this man to the crease. Wow, I've got to have a look at that catch again. Come on, Vic. You reckon this happens every day?
Not at all. He's actually so annoyed with himself because he thought, how have I done that?
Just for the one.
So it looks comfortable all the way, and then all of a sudden a fumble, and then fortunate enough from the boot, and Zimbabwe will feel so unlucky. Not a good option though, but the idea is to try and get the boundaries and the final delivery of the over, and some fortune.
Some fortune. Indeed. 25 off 17. Ireland halfway stage, you'd have thought short of about at least 20, 30. But we've got to make a fist of it, and they have. Oh, nicely bowled in the block hole. Get Munyonga on strike.
Yeah, when you get 137, you think, well, for us to have a chance, we need to strike up front, and that's what they did, isn't it? Craig Young was outstanding with a new ball, and then a little bit glimpses of partnerships for Zimbabwe, and now they've just lost too many wickets. They're still not out of it. 24 of 16 is just one decent over, one good over. It just changes the whole momentum again towards Zimbabwe.
I'm thinking even just a couple of deliveries. Like this. Just a couple. Because you pick up a boundary here. Comes off the edge. That equation is still well in favor of Zimbabwe, 20 or 15.
Yeah, it just drops, automatically just drops. Required run rate now from 9 to 8. It's just the length, and he swings hard, doesn't he? And fortunate enough that he swings hard enough to get the outside edge with third up in the ring. It's just a nice, easy boundary for Zimbabwe.
And I think with his length and how things have panned out from a batting perspective, you want him to be hitting to the leg side. The length, yes, but the line, not great. That'll be a wide. I'll have to bowl that one again. I mentioned just a couple of deliveries. Doesn't have to take an over. So now you've already picked up 7 off the over, and you're halfway through the 18th. 19 or 15. Almost feel now the pressure's just changed a fraction back onto the fielding and the bowling unit here. Got to be cool, calm and collected here, Tony. Oh yes, Tony.
It's the offside again, and 4 again for Tony Munyonga. It's a very good over this. Now all of a sudden, bowler's done everything right. He runs down the wicket, he gets it on the full, and the fact that he's trying to get the ball on the offside, gets another outside edge. He's not happy. It's such a good over this for Zimbabwe.
11 off it. 15 or 14. This is where, as I mentioned, you just feel a subtle shift. And now the horse is bolted. Third goes back. Finally comes into the circle, chasing to block off scoring areas. Don't get it wrong down the leg side now. In the block hole. Oh, they look for two. Is he short? Does he ground his bat? They've gone upstairs.
Yeah, he needed to hurry, didn't he? And good awareness by the fielder as well, throwing to the bowler's end. And generally, you probably feel they'll be going to the other side because they're going to try and get rid of the striker. Does he get there? Stretch, does he? Does he? Yes, he does. Good run for Zimbabwe, another couple. Nice over this.
13 off 13. "13 off the over, 13 required, or 13 deliveries. Got to get to the other end. It's been a good over. Nicely bowled. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 will retain strike. 13 off the over, 13 required off the last two. It's 125 for 7. We found some cement for Zimbabwe at the right time. We found some building blocks at the right time. Over number 18. 13 off the over. Right, he's had a fabulous day. 4 for 13 in 3 overs. I believe this is the big over here. Unbelievable with the ball, absolutely fantastic. They're on their feet now. They've been sitting for a while. They've been kept a little bit quiet. Tony Manyonga on 38 of 28, keeping them in the game. Bottom edge, now it's over to Richard Ngarava.
He's just trying to get him on strike. Well, I'm thinking he's trying to get him on strike. But one thing about Richard Ngarava is if he recognizes one and it's in his arc, he's going to have a full go. Goes for 4. That whole equation, start of last over, it was 9 runs to the over required. It's now dropped to below 5.
9 of 11. Shows you stay in the game for a long period. Just keep yourself in the game. Shake of the head, there's an appeal. I must say, you stay in the game, stay in the moment. Give yourself every opportunity. Anything can happen. The game can sway in your direction.
And what he's done well here, Tony, is the fact, it's just his options, isn't it? It's just moments where he's sort of trying to look for the boundary option. Opens up the offside. But a fortune gets outside edges, but then he's still there. This is a big hit. Is it an opportunity? Finds the gap, and it goes for 4. Great hit.
inch-perfect placement. Five off 9. Balls to spare. Goes again. And this time, it'll just be the one. Possibly want to have a check if that's 3 bounces in a row. Not happy, Richard and Garava, not happy. But they're saying no. That was just one for the over. Anyway, no issues. 4 off 8. Does he do it in style here? Oh, okay. Gonna look for 2. No, it'll just be the one. Maybe Richard does it in style.
He'll definitely go for it.
I'll tell you what, he's got some of the best bats in the squad. I had a look at a few of them the other day and I thought, my goodness. Some of the best sticks. Heaved away through the leg side. It'll be another single. And we'll go into the final over. Zimbabwe are needing 2. It's 136 for 7. The sun has come out, and we had a little bit of a rain interval. We had a lot of rain yesterday as well, but it's come out, and it's turned out to be quite a beautiful day as the shadows start to stretch across this hallowed ground, with just 2 runs required here for Zimbabwe. Look for a single. He hit a direct hit there and gone, but the fielder misses. Got a bit of a limp on now, does Richard and Garava. Not sure. Is it hamstring? Will he be okay for the next T20 on Tuesday?
Yeah, you're just hoping it's not his hamstring, isn't it? You're just hoping that it's just a cramp or something. Because he's such a key bowler for Zimbabwe going into the final T20 on Tuesday. No, it looks okay.
Oh, stick it out. They need 1 for land and country. Tony on strike. Looks like everybody's come in, barring feel that very square fine leg. Not sure why he's still out there, and neither is the square leg. Going bouncer perhaps, coming round the wicket. Tony on strike. There we go. Stand up, Harare. Stand up, Harare Sports Club. Kept quiet for a moment. Applause will go round. Made hard work of it at some stage, but they've got to cross the line. You have to commend Ireland. They definitely perhaps thought they were short, 20, 30 runs. But they had Zimbabwe 3 for 14, and then they stuck it out, did Zimbabwe. Led well by Tony Manyonga, who's unbeaten on 43. Zimbabwe win the second T20 International by 3 wickets.
Yeah, credit must go to Tony, and a young guy into the side, in and out of this team, and he's played a wonderful innings here. There'll be a lot of smiles in that camp because it was very, very close, especially when they lost 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 and then 𝗵𝗺𝗃 as well, and then it was the middle order. The middle order had to get partnerships, kept his nerve, and then at the end of the innings, ended up 43 not out of just 30 deliveries. Wonderful innings and a wonderful way to win their first game in this series, Zimbabwe.
It'll do a lot for the development of some of these players as they gain the responsibility and the experience of getting your team across the line in key moments, in must-win moments. And sometimes it falls upon that man, and a Burl. And the other formats, and Irvin or Williams. But today, it's a young man, Tony Mnyonga, gets them across the line. And so there's a lot to take out of this game for both teams. That, you know what, Ireland, we can still stay in the game for a long period of time because they put pressure on this batting card. Contributions of 22, 27 from Burl and Raza. And Tony Mnyonga stuck it out, unbeaten on 43. 15 for 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃. Key runs those. And then Richard Ngarava at the back end with 12 off 7.
Yeah, they were a few runs short, Ireland, and they needed to start well with the ball, and Craig Young was outstanding. He finished with 4 for 24, wickets for Little and also for White, but a key moment also, don't forget that 1 wicket for 5 by Harry Tector. Yeah, it was a very good start this by Ireland in the first power play, picking up 3 wickets. Rimani was the first one to go. And then a beauty, an absolute jeffer to get rid of Wesley Madevere, and then it was the 3rd wicket to 3rd man who takes a comfortable catch. And then a partnership between 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 and 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃 that steadied the ship a touch. He played some few good shots and some fortune for 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃. And you probably thought, oh, well, these can go, they might just get Zimbabwe over the line. Some fortune as well for 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃 being dropped at cover by the captain. And then there is a key moment. Maybe Tector was brought into the attack, got one to turn, to bounce, to get rid of 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃. 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 normally so good, but that man in picture, what a wonderful catch that was at middle.
You look at these highlights and you'll be thinking to yourself, ooh, the game was in such a balance until these two came together, 𝗂𝗂𝗃𝗃 and Tony Mnyonga, and this is when you perhaps felt maybe the momentum of the game is shifting until Ashinga 𝗂𝗂𝗃. And across the line, and a good catch there by Josh Little, and this is where the momentum then also shifted back to Ireland. And then when Wellington Masakadza gets out, and then you see the smiles on their face, and it was a juggling act on that occasion. And then it was this over that goes for 13. Cultured edge, room, bottom edge. And this is where the game swayed firmly into the hands of Zimbabwe. That was a good boundary there by Ngarava, and there's the winning moment. For all and sundry, for all who have made their way out, they've enjoyed a run chase that ebbed and flowed, that moved from one change room to the next, and then the other change room, and then back to Zimbabwe as Ireland end on 137 for 8 in their 20 overs. Tako 46, Tector with 3 for 28. Gwandu 3 for 24, Zimbabwe 141 for 7 off the back of Tony Mnyonga with 43 unbeaten. Craig Young ends with 4 for 24, but Zimbabwe win by 3 wickets. Right, we'll take a short break, and when you come back, it'll be the post-match presentation.
Hi, Chaitanya. Chaitanya. As is always the case between these two countries, this match has gone down to the wire. Second T20 International, and an outstanding performance by Zimbabwe to get over the line right at the end. Helped by a 40-ball 46, Ireland got themselves to 137 for 8, and it was an outstanding performance from Tony Munyonga right at the end. 43 and 40 balls that got Zimbabwe over the line. Welcome to the post-match presentation for this second match between Zimbabwe and Ireland. And before we get into the proceedings for this afternoon, on behalf of Zimbabwe Cricket, I would like to thank their official sponsors: ZLG, Purified Water, Cresta Hotels, Isan International, Tracy Mason, Zim Farm, Plascon, Delta, Union Hardware, Pro Bottlers, Omtex, Crick Heroes, and Mukuru. Thank you all for your kind support. Our presentation guest today, who will award the Player of the Match accolade, is Mr. Blessing Gondo. He's a Zimbabwe Cricket Board Director, as well as Chairman of the Cricket Committee. Thank you very much for your time this evening. We'll move into the award for the Player of the Match today, and there were several performances to consider. Craig Young, 4 for 24. The third time he's taken 4 wickets in a T20 International. 𝗁𝗃𝗃 at the top of the innings, 46 and 40. But it was for his match-winning performance at the end of the innings for Zimbabwe. Our Player of the Match, ladies and gentlemen, is Tony Munyonga for his 43 and 30, as well as 5 boundaries. Very well played, Tony. Tony, outstanding performance. You came out to bat at a difficult time, and what was the discussion between yourself, especially at that time, with your partner, because it was tough times?
Yeah, we sort of like put ourselves in a position where we just need to keep on batting, you know, get the team over the line. Obviously, that's the end goal, but being in the process and enjoying the moment as well. I think that was the most important thing that we talked about.
Well, you certainly looked like you're enjoying the moment, especially right at the end. But how difficult it is for you? We haven't seen you in the Zimbabwean side regularly over the last 2 or 3 years, so limited opportunities. How important is a knock like this for you and your confidence?
I think it goes a long way. Obviously, having come out of scoring runs in the domestic league, you know, getting that confidence back again, you know, it's not easy. Obviously, the guys know what they're doing, and sometimes it's because I'm not scoring so many runs as well. But you know, coming out of scoring runs and being able to get that confidence over the line to international cricket, I think it's really helped me a lot.
What went through your mind when we lost Wellington Masakadza? Because most people would have expected a little bit of panic from you then.
I think watching a lot of cricket and playing a lot of cricket as well. I've played about 8 years of first-class cricket. I think it's helped me a lot. I've faced a lot of situations like that, so I just kept on reminding myself that I just need to keep my head down and keep on digging.
All right, outstanding performance today, Tony. Very well done.
Thank you.
Tony Munyonga, ladies and gentlemen, the Player of the Match. I'd now like to call upon the captain of Ireland for a few words, Paul Stirling. Again, Paul, a white ball fixture between Zimbabwe and Ireland, go right to the end. Where do you think you've probably left a little 5 or 10% that would have got you over the line?
Yeah, probably on either side of the innings, to be honest. I think if we break it down and see the first 10 overs of both innings, we were right on top, and then we let it slide and probably didn't finish well enough in the first innings, and then great knock by Player of the Match there. So yeah, disappointing one, but again, another good win, another good series.
Yeah, the general consensus on the pitch yesterday was a little bit tacky and a bit slow. Same one today. How do you feel it played compared to yesterday?
Yeah, slightly different, I think. Yeah, it was a bit slower. There was a little bit of spin on offer. We thought it might have got worse and worse as the game went on, but they showed clearly it didn't, and they went and mopped up the runs.
Yeah, we haven't seen the runs we would expect from 𝗁𝗃𝗃𝗃, but how fantastic has he been in the field, as well as just coming on there and breaking a crucial partnership today as well?
Yeah, he's a huge player for us. There's no doubt about that. He's a great player, and he showed he's in a bit of nick there at the bat as well. So hopefully he get a few on Tuesday night as well.
Craig Young plays the test match, sits out for the 3 one-day matches, and then comes and performs as well as he has in these first 2 games. So obviously somebody who keeps himself quite motivated even when he's not getting an opportunity.
He's a stalwart for us, Craig. He's bowling really well at the minute. The plan wasn't to miss the 3 ODIs, had a little bit of a niggle, so we're glad to see him back in the side.
One more to go in a couple of days. All the best for that.
Thank you very much.
Paul Stirling, the captain of Ireland. I'd now like to call upon the winning captain for today, 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. Sekanda won the toss, bowled, everything started off well for you. What impressed you the most about today's performance?
Yeah, certainly the middle overs, I thought we we sort of strangled them really well in the middle overs, and we brought the run rate down as well. But most impressive thing for me was how we finished off our death. Our economies in the previous few tours sometimes have gone quite high as well, but today, if you look at the last 5 overs, bar maybe 1 over, the rest of the overs were pretty good, and that's what I'm most impressed about.
137 for Ireland in the end. You talk about pulling them back. Do you think that was slightly above or below par here?
No, I thought when they had that 50 odd in the power play, I was pretty confident that this is a sort of a 50 wicket. This is not a 170 wicket. We assessed the conditions pretty quickly, and then we knew that if you can strangle them in the middle as well, and they have to play catch-up cricket, it will be slightly tough for them. So I thought they were touch maybe 8 to 10 runs below par.
11 for 3 yesterday. 14 for 3 today, that's a concern, but let's talk about the partnership at the end of the innings, Tony Munyonga with Ngarava. How important were those 29 runs in quick time as well, just 14 balls?
Even before that partnership, I'm just really happy for Tony as well. He's gone back to domestic cricket. He was one of the leading run scorers in the List A comp as well. And so I'm really, really happy for him. And for him to be awarded a man of the match is I think I'm a lot more happier for him than he is for himself as well. And hopefully this is the start of many more man of the matches to come for him. But yeah, I mean, 𝗵𝗺, we know he can hit a long ball as well. Sometimes you need luck, and we had that. But I thought Tony was a lot calm, and he hit those gaps and hit those pockets, and he ran really well. So that was credit to those two as well.
Outstanding performance today, Sikandar. Confidence going to that final game of the series. All the best with that.
Thank you, Tino. Thank you very much.
𝗂𝗃𝗄𝗧, the captain of Zimbabwe, ladies and gentlemen. That's all from the post-match presentation.
Yeah, there we go. An updated tour schedule. Zimbabwe win the second T20 International, and we move into the third T20 International, which is on Tuesday, the 25th of February. Yeah, just to confirm, the third T20 International on Tuesday, live from Harare Sports Club at 18:20 local time. It'll be Zimbabwe versus Ireland, and we'll see who wins the series then. Well, it's been an excellent day of cricket. The weather stayed away, the sun came out. Till Tuesday, it is good night.